was my mic off? Hello, beautiful creatures. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you had an awesome, fantastic weekend. I am so sorry, my mic was off. But it is what it is. Oh, why was it so loud? Anyway, so we're gonna be doing something for the weekly thing, which is the 500,000 Mora, the 1,000 round currency, cook 20 dishes and forge 20 items, and make 10 furniture. I'm not so sure about the requests and bounties at the moment because I'm not feeling quite embraced. Although we do have some wonderful events going on, which we are going to be checking out. There's the box and the Artaki Blaze armor thing. So the boot camp. We're going to be navigating to that. And we're going to be doing a lot of different things and just having fun with it. But first things first, we're going to do what we usually do. Because routine matters. Well, at least in my case. Let's see. Okay, we have enough. Stuff would be a good idea. This might not. We have a lot of the ingredients. So we're just gonna make one of these. Because we have a lot of the stamina food right now. So the thing you're hearing mostly from is this. So I am going to cancel out this thing because it was really loud. Because we want to hear the game. So of course we're going to be going to our vendors for the 500,000 Mora, as well as other things. Just to get the ingredients that we need, or want to keep on top of. I'm not exactly on board on Mora. Okay, 20 dishes done, that vendor's done. I'm just gonna check on this vendor here, see how much I have of everything from her. Okay, we're good. Now we're also going to be collecting our expeditions from our Limit Catherine. Because we do dispatch characters on this, and some of them give bonuses, like Elon. Here, lovely. He only reduces time. Lovely. Yeah. Our lovely over here. She actually gives a bonus, so does Farasan. She also gives a bonus. But sadly we don't have anyone for this area as far as I know. No, we don't. Hello, Wintersolve. Thank you so much for your gift pass. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. So we're gonna go. I'd like to have something made. We're gonna make a few things. See, we don't have a lot of these. Any of those. We'll go with this time. So, thing is, there's a vendor here I want to go to, but he's not here until like morning hours, so we're gonna have to speed up time a little bit. Yes, it is me. It is.
Mondstadt welcomes you.
Okay, so hang on, just gonna make an appearance because I have, or this thing is gonna make an appearance because check something. Apparently something was being very, very stupid. Okay. Just making sure it's the right mic because I have had that problem. switches on me for some odd reason. And this is the thing I was talking about here. This thing. Happening. Still a lot of like reading dialogue and so Box of Marbles is a thing that I think resets every so-and-so days. Okay, so we got to level 27. Nice. Let's see. So it's up for another 6 days, so yeah, we can actually collect 5 of these boxes. So you need to have certain requirements. So you need to have some, all of these, at least 5 of them, and the next box would be different, and then after that, and after that, and after that. It's always different. But we're gonna go ahead and continue our little route. And we're so we had a lot of snow here, and then it started raining, and all the snow is gone. At least most of it. Some of it is accumulated in areas, which makes big snow piles and ice. If you live in Norway, watch your step. All the fun things. We're gonna be getting these. So we're gonna head up to the next vendor. We're gonna go all the way to the Wangshu Inn. Then we're gonna head to Lake Harbor. We're gonna go to Inazuma. After that, we're gonna go to Sumeru and go to the Aranara vendor in the dream. After that, we're gonna go to the Serenity Teapot, finish that up, and there, after that, we're gonna go ahead and set us up, or at least the quest with the Arataki gang. In the Arataki gang. Because Ito is in charge of them, and he came up with the most ridiculous. He is an Oni, which means he is a half demon, half human. He is not accepted of either of his clans, like us or humans, like us or demons, so to speak. But like humans or demons don't accept him. It's one of those things that's really weird. Onis are non-violent, and they are not to be mixed up with yokais who will eat, maim, kill, or leave you insane. Onis are generally quite friendly. They just put on a mean look, so because they've been mistreated so long. That's what I do not like about people mixing up the lore. Onis are practically harmless unless you threaten them or try to be threatening. And in other cases, they're just mean to you if you start something. So just be friendly and, you know, leave them be. They're not gonna do anything to you. That you don't want to go outside. You've gone outside twice and you wanted to come straight back in. No, don't look at me like that. Alright, let's see. We ran out of buff food, so we're gonna pop that off. Hey, Festa. He always wants my attention at the wrong time. But also, he had a fight with his sister earlier today. Not pretty. Alright, we're gonna go to Shido. Or Shido. Frick, you say that name. We're just gonna call him she.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
He has rocks for sale, which is the iron chunks, and white iron chunks, which is very beneficial for us. Because we do need a lot of these for Sword and Teapot as well as other things. Meaning it is going to be a farming day most likely. Okay. I'll have to brush up on my thing with... No, goddammit, I started the quest. Fuck!
Huh? Look! Over there by the hot pot stand! We know them! Huh? Traveler, Paimon! You're here too? Meownday, Shinobu! Here for some hot pot, huh? What's the occasion? No, it's nothing like that. Wanmin Restaurant's just closed for a couple of days. But it's nice to try somewhere different for a change. Su Arnyang's hot pot is pretty good, and you can't get it at Wanmin Restaurant. Wanmin's closed? Why? What happened?
Well, it was partly our fault. Recently, some old classmates from the Tongwen Academy got in touch and said they were organizing a get-together. Yenfei's the most senior among us, since she's the most qualified, so she got to pick the location. And she booked Wanmin Restaurant. The turnout was a lot higher than expected. And in the space of 2 days, we somehow got through all of the restaurant's stock for the week ahead. Boss's enormous appetite was also a significant contributing factor. He went a little crazy.
Chef Mao was pretty wiped out by the end, but he had a huge smile on his face. It was the best business he's had in months. The only thing is, it'll take him at least a couple days to fully restock. Ball Checker's here too? Paimon's surprised we haven't seen him. Those horns stick out like two sore thumbs.
Yeah, when he heard I was meeting up with some old classmates, he got very excited and decided he was coming with me. His logic was, and I quote, "Any classmate of Shinobu's is a classmate of mine." Notwithstanding the fact that Boss has never studied a day in his life, I think he just feels that he didn't get enough chances to indulge his taste buds last time he was in Liyue.
That other kid you guys brought with you, though, what was his name again? Oh yeah, Grandmaster Hanakato. He seems like a smart cookie. You probably didn't notice because you were busy chatting to your classmates at the time, but he was helping Chef Mao out in the kitchen, trying to pick up some Liyue cooking skills.
I suspect he just wanted to learn how to make some new dishes to feed to his Oni Kabuto and make them stronger.
Grandmaster Hanakato? Where do we know that name from?
That's right. Good memory, Paimon. After the near catastrophe that was the Beetle Brawl, Hanakato became an ally of the Arataki gang. He and Boss regularly hang out to have practice matches and discuss Oni Kabuto rearing strategies. But to his credit, a lot of the things he ropes Boss into doing in the name of beetle brawling actually result in Boss doing some real work for a change. It's made things a lot easier for me. For instance, they've decided to spend a few days helping Chef Mao restock the kitchen. Partly to thank him for the epic feast, and partly because they would like to use the opportunity to look for new ingredients to boost their Oni Kabuto's performance.
I think they're out looking for crabs at Guyun Stone Forest right now, with Miss Shangling and Mr. Guoba. They all seem to get along great. Guoba's already made friends with Crimson Staff, as Ito calls it, and, something Beetle King, or whatever Hanakato's is called. They've been out for quite a while, though. Shouldn't they be back by now?
Unless something put them in a playful mood. In which case, it's anyone's guess what kind of mess they might be in by now.
Well, now Paimon wants to join in the fun. Crabs
crabs from Guyun Stone Forest? Paimon bets they taste great! Why don't we go see if they need our help? The sooner Wanmi restaurant is fully stocked, the sooner we get to eat there again! And while we're at it, we can see what Bullchucker and Grandmaster Hanakato are really up to over there.
So you two are gonna head over?
I think that's a great idea. The Traveler, Paimon, and Ito make a good team. Not everyone can get through to him, but he usually listens to you two.
You make a good point. Well, thanks for checking up on them, you two.
He's not here? This is cheating. Ugh. Well, this fucked up my usual route. Not you. Ugh. He's always standing in the way. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. Alright, let's go ahead and go to the vendors here. I did put in my Discord channel where hidden vendors are and explained which markers what. At least for the ones that I am aware of. I haven't found any more. And there's one that keeps moving around in Mondstadt. It's always in one general area. But it's a stretch of road that you need to actually be at, and that is like a lot. What's there? He keeps meowing at me. So we're gonna go to our hidden vendors here. They don't show up on the map, like at all. You need to like find them. So that's why I marked them on my map, just so I remember where they are and I don't. What's there? Not helping, but. No? Put it. Our next vendor is up here. She's to our left. She has some iron chunks and white iron chunks of her own. He is as well. Lost it. I said quit it. Lost it. Quit it. Hello, Cosmic Purge. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Happy that you joined us. Currently going over some vendors for the week. These are some hidden vendors in Inazuma that I know of. They're all marked here on the map with these, as they sell ingredients. Makes sense. Going here, and we're on our way to Sumeru. Just character reviews. Well, the thing is that when it comes down to characters, it's all about what you want to play and how you want to build them. I use the website Game8 for getting like the best kind of overall view of the character. Like if it's support, main DPS, main support, it has a bunch of different categories. It also helps you put up everything that you need, and in order to make it work with what you need for your characters. I am building mine up in a certain way, but with what I have, and then I'll get into detail later when I've gotten everybody to 80 and I have like 50 characters. I already have 25 of them on 80 and I'm still not done with all their skills and all that stuff, so I'm actually gonna have to farm quite a bit. I have a list of everything I need, and I need about 132 runic fangs, 109 flame seeds, so on and so forth. And that's just the essential materials. That's not counting the flowers and all the other stuff that I would need. We have a system, but of course, we do try our very best. I hope that is helpful. If you are looking for any characters, reviews, and how to build up your team, I would recommend just googling best build for name of the character, whichever that may be. And I was report Shogun, DPS Nahida, and DPS Healer. Nice! Good setup. Nice deal. Well, if you're looking for someone who can take some more damage or do damage with your Raiden Shogun, I would say Sayu if you have the Rain Cutter on her. If you have Sayu, because my friend has done that build, and it was just so absolutely OP that I tilted my head going, what? Or C6. Oh, okay. That is amazingly well done. I have a C6 Barbara. She is absolutely wonderful and amazing. I love her. With the Ocean Hued set, she hits like a truck, heals like an absolute badass, and still does damage like nobody's business. Healing bonus on the actual headpiece, I recommend that absolutely. Try and have energy recharge and crit damage, especially on it, because that is what they recommend on the website as well. Along with the goblet, have some HP on her, get her to more of a healthy HP tactic. Again, try to have energy recharge and crit damage on it. And also crit rate if you can. It's a bonus. That is amazing that you have all of them on C6. That is absolutely fantastic. But Raiden Shogun with Sayu. I'm just going to show you. Sayu here. I don't have a lot on her. Constellation is pretty much on 2. But what I want to tell you about Sayu is that when it comes to her weapons, and she has Range Slasher, and it is with, of course, Raiden Shogun, it has this effect. Bane of Storm and Tide increase damage against opponents affected by Hydro or Electro, meaning she is really well suited for with Raiden Shogun, especially because if she has this one, and if you have her with the right skills and the right tools, and the artifacts as well. So this would be the artifact set that you want, Noblesse Oblige, and you want to have them on Legendary, of course, and you want to have crit damage on her headpiece, preferably. HP, okay, sure, but attack is the main factor of this. I just didn't have better stats on things, so instead we're stuck with this. So there are better stats to have on her, I just didn't have that at the time. But if you want to pair it with somebody else, I'm guessing a Pyro character would be absolutely wonderful. You have Nahida, and you have Kiki, so a Pyro character wouldn't be so bad. Xianling is really good if you have the Emblems of Severed Fate on her, with really good stats as well. We do recommend Pyro damage bonus. If you want more of a caster, I would recommend... Oh, where's she at? Not Klee. I would recommend Yao Fei, but build her very, very carefully and make sure she can hit and make a lot of damage, or do a lot of damage with the right artifact and stuff like that. I have yet to build her up that way. That is why I actually suggest people go to Game 8 in order to make that happen. So, I hope that helped. All three of them are C6. That is really good. I do believe. I don't have Nahida and I don't have Shogun, but I do have Kiki and she is really good. But I do recommend having energy recharge on her like there's no tomorrow. Because energy recharge on Kiki will help you get her... I think it was cooldown. And also get more of her energy back faster. But I would recommend making sure that she has some sort of down things, and also make sure her abilities are up to the max with her level. I'm just giving out suggestions as I can. I'm not exactly an expert. I will not claim that. I'm just talking from experience. So this is the other vendor here, the Aranara. He has this little lip on him as well, this one. And he's only in the dreams, so you'll have to use the lyre that I just equipped here, this one, to be able to get to where he is. For those of you in At Hell, I do apologize. So we're gonna go back to this statue that is over here that we played the lyre at. Right here, and we're gonna play again and get back to the real world. There we are. Wonderful. Alright, I'm gonna switch this. Alright, let's see. So before we do anything else entirely, before we have to go to the Serena Teapot, there is one place right now, and that is here in Fontaine. We have the Crystal Fly Trap, and we also need to use the Parametric Transformer, and I hope that is ready, and we don't have to wait too long. Parametric Transformer. But we will see in a minute. Or so. Well, I guess I'm just stuck here looking pretty. Welcome back from Ad Hell. I do apologize, but it does help with bringing some monies to the Hidden Forest so we can keep on rolling. Excuse me? A burp creeped up. That I wasn't expecting. It just said to pop by and say hi. I am not looking forward to the dentist appointment tomorrow. Dentist. Alright, so we're gonna set up the Crystal Fly Trap. Okay, we have the Parametric Transformer deployed already. We can actually use that. Okay, so we don't exactly need these a lot right now, so I'm just gonna use these. No, that's the Amethyst, isn't it? Oh, nope. We're gonna use these. We have a lot of these. Okay, good. Alrighty, now we're gonna go ahead and put the Parametric Transformer out and use that so we can get all the fun stuff. So, I don't recommend using any of these. Like, at all. I have a lot of these, and I used to use them a lot, but I'm not going to now. But I used to have like almost 1,000 of these. But we're gonna need these for Ascension. Not using that. We can... I'll put this in there. Because why not? It's one of... I don't really use these at all, so we might as well just use them. Let's go ahead and use that. So only elemental attacks will... Oh. Yeah, Wrong button.
Out of the frying pan. Heap, heap, huh? Scatter.
Alright! We got some skill stuff. Yes, we got some XP. We have... Ooh. Weapon essential material, yes, yes. The ball. So we usually go here to do requests and other bounties and stuff. But the thing is, we have every reputation at 10. Like, all of them. And I mean, every region. So, I'm not so much wanting to do that right now. But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and go to our Serenity Pot and get things. Need to get the 1,000 realm currency. Still gotta pick up our 20 forged items, and we're going to have to make furniture. This, I'm gonna need to do some farming. Do I look forward to it? No. Do I have to do it? Yes. If I want to keep up with the endless amount of resources that I need to have. Does it sound exhausting? Yes, absolutely. But is it worth it? Indeed it is. It is, because once you're on top of everything with all the stuff that you're going to need, it is better for you. Right there, and we're gonna go Tubby.
This realm.
So before we do anything else, we go to Trust rank, and we get that's over 1,000 run currency. It's 2,400 and it's maxed out. Let's see. He's on 10! Yes! We can actually switch him out and put another person in. That is why I wanted to check that. So we're gonna have to do some other tweaking things. Don't worry, it won't take that long, but I will be making sure that I'm putting in the one that I want to have in there. So, but we're gonna go ahead and buy all of these things, because I would like to have everything. Except for maybe those. Fireworks. We'll get those. Okay, one. Just gonna buy some seeds and make sure that we have all of that. Alright, now we're gonna make some furniture. So we already have 5 furniture lined up. But we're gonna make 10 anyway because it is just easier. Well, it's not exactly easier, I just want. There's a lot of blueprints. We have been gathering this for quite a while. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna make these and then we're gonna put 5 for the next week. Wanting to. The extra 5 here. You can only have 99 of these at a time, so pick one of them. Alright, let's see. Trying to use as little of those as possible. Alright.
If you ever...
So we're just gonna collect the things that we need to collect before anything else, and then we can go ahead and place Goro from his actual set and see who we can put in his place. Alright, 20 forced items is pretty much done as soon as we collect all of these. There. Next area, we're gonna collect another set of plants that we do plant. Or in this case, flowers. Alright, so as for what we're gonna do, we're gonna hit F7 and we're gonna go ahead. Okay, outdoor sets this, and we're gonna go ahead and find where Goro is, because I need to take him out of rotation right now. There he is. Rest. Because now I would like to see which set is... or which character. So this is a check mark for the characters that we've put into these sets. Other one with Gourmet. So we have Yulon, but we haven't put her anywhere. So I'm just gonna have to find out where her thing is. No? Hello, Raven Moon. How are you doing? This one. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and see if we can put in Yulon here. Since we have her favorite set already. Correct. I'm gonna go ahead and save, exit, and let's see if talk to us. Yes, she is. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and talk to Yulon. Oh good. So when you put a character into sets of their favorite set that they like, something happens. So this is what happens.
This food street is great. It really captures that urban feel of Chihu Rock. You've got to have a proper breakfast to get yourself in the right mood for work. Also, if you keep an ear open when you're at one of these roadside eateries, you can usually pick up a few useful snippets of information.
So you get Primogems and more, and also some skill things. That's good. They all give different things. They also move around to their favorite set if you have another favorite set in mind. So with that being said, she's also over here, which means this is another favorite set of hers. Oh, want a hot bath with you? Thank you for the offer, but no thanks. I had a shower yesterday, so I'm all clean. Oh, thank you for the offer, though. So where did she... There she is!
This house is similar to a place in southwest Meanleen that I lived in for a while. Meanleen. Now that was a smooth operation. Thinking back on it puts me in a good mood. I should go back and give that place a spring clean sometime. Never know when it might prove useful again.
And now we got something for an ascension material. Is this. Good. The last red fragment, a good thing to have as much as possible. Also, again, Primogems and Mora. Is there another favorite set, or is she going to be in her actual set right now? Okay, she's going to be in her set. There's nothing of her favorite set inside the house. We also have things inside, like characters inside, but otherwise, nothing more. So that is what happens with the Serenity Pot when you put them in their favorite sets. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? So now we have a new character in the lineup, and now we just need to wait for someone else to hit level 10 on the friendship scale for the next time. So we've done pretty much everything that we need to for this time right now with everything that is happening. But I'm just gonna go here, out of Soren Teapot. We're gonna get into our battle pass, see what we have done. We've checked off. And then we're gonna go ahead and continue on our way to the event that is up currently. But of course I'm going to do some exploring and get some materials. Because we are running out of iron chunks and we are running out fast. And I don't get those on expeditions. And I need a lot. So we're gonna have to do some digging. Because I'm not in the mood to go for any bosses today, but I know I should, but one of those days. Also, I have seen the new game Pal World, and I want to get it. I really do. But someone told me they want to get it for me, so I'm just kind of waiting on that. I'm like, are you sure I can just get it? And they're like, no, I want to get it for you. Okay, I guess. I'm a bit confused. Alright, so. Also, we have the event that is here. Technically. And since we have like these enhance any artifact total 5 times, weapons, flame ward after defeating a boss, we might as well do, yeah, some of these just to get some of the stuff here. With that being said, I'm gonna go a little bit off track and we're gonna go to artifacts and see. Still need to replace that one. But it won't be so bad at enhancing it. I love that we don't have to press OK every time now. It's absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Alright. That's the max of that. Still gonna have to upgrade something to something, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this one. Okay. Let's see. So, because I would just like to see all the artifacts that we have, or the weapons, I might as well upgrade this one because it is really good. It's just a more of who to put it on. But we don't have enough of this, which I'm sad about. But it is what it is, so we're also just going to, because why not? Oh, sweet! I can actually ascend that. Okay. Because I don't know who to put this on yet, but I'm just gonna ascend it, be done with it, all that stuff. So it's a good thing that we're just doing that for the questline with the event. Alright. It should have counted. Yep. Here's 50 and another 50, and now we can unlock this stage. Oh, sorry, kitty. That reminds me of Power Wash Simulator. There we go. more permagems. Alright, so we need 100 for that one. Oh, okay, cool. We'll copy that. So we have a code here. And how do you do this again? Probably settings. Redeem code. Oh. Oh. Hang on a minute. That is so weird. Okay. I'm gonna have to freaking. Okay. D E S H O N. Alright. Ah, link someone else the recall code. Never mind. I need to start reading stuff. My mind just went, what is this? But I do have codes that have messaged. Channel for game. Expired. How about this one? Expired and done. Expired. Oh well. It's okay. It happens. Other than that, so we do actually have incentives for going to take down a boss. Oh, that's good to know. That's gonna be a little difficult for me. The chest thing, I'm like, haha, funny. How about that? Well, at least we got some primogems, which is always a good thing. So, with that being said, Rated Shogun is on the banner, and there's Yoimiya, or Yoimiya as well. We have like 45 of these. No big deal. We're saving up for Novelette. So that is that. Alright. Now, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go get some iron chunks that I know are in this area. Ow. Okay, here's one. Ah, wait on that. I'm hoping to avoid these guys. There was a iron chunk here. Oh, hi. Barbara hits like a truck. Well, at least my Barbara does. Hard. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's check out how much. Okay, level 27. 29. Sweet! Alright. And cue my cat Raven. My blackwood purple. Come on. Come on. Give me a second. I opened the window a little bit too far. Alright. Yes. Goro. Sweet. And we got a new, like, name card. And the one we got was one. Goro. Alright. Oh well. Should probably go look for these later. At least I found a few. It's better to farm when I'm not on streaming. That's how I feel about it.
Ah, I see it now. A hard shell, a whole bunch of legs, looks like a born warrior. The crab is the Onikabuto of the sea! Throw one of these bad boys in the ring, and your Onikabuto will have to seriously up its game.
That's right, Oni King! Technically, the crab belongs to a different species, but it has all the qualities of the perfect warrior beetle. Pitting Onikabuto against crabs during their training is a surefire way to rapidly improve their strength.
Then it's time for Crimson Staff and Ironclad Beetle King to train harder than ever before. No rest until they've flipped every crab in the area onto its back. And once they're done, we'll just need to stoop down and scoop them up. No more chasing crabs all over the beach. La 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 la. Looks like Xiangling and Guoba are part of the gang now. Huh? Traveler, Paimon! Fancy meeting you here! Hey, Xiangling! Hey, Guoba! Well, we were going to gorge ourselves at One Mean Restaurant, but then we ran into Yanfei and Shinobu, who told us you were closed for a few days. So we figured we'd come find you guys and see if you needed any help. Aw, you guys! Thanks for being such loyal customers. It's so kind of you to help. With Mr. Ito and the Grandmaster helping me for the last couple of days, we've actually got most of the things we need now. All that's left for us to get are some fresh crabs. And Crimson Staff and Ironclad Beetle King will be able to round them up for us in no time. If everything goes to plan.
Big if.
Uh-oh. I may have spoken too soon. It's a geofiship hatchling! Bullchucker! Hanakata, watch out!
Hold on, stay calm. I'll assess the situation. Hard shell? Check. Legs? Not too many, but it more than makes up for that with the whole rolling thing. Yeah, looks like a mean fighter. This is what you want to train your Onikabuto against.
How right you are, Oni King! With a training partner like this, an Onikabuto is sure to reach the apex of its abilities.
It's gonna die.
Are they serious right now? Wait! I think I recognize that thing. It's always rolling around on a nearby island. It's made quite a reputation for itself as far as Guyun geoviships go. People have taken to calling it Crystal Tornado. It's because if you ever set foot on its little island, then it whooshes over and gives you a nasty whack on the head. It's really aggressive. How did you come to learn that?
Oni King, allow me to send in the troops. I shall monitor the battle from a safe distance to assess our enemy's prowess. Go, Ironclad Beetle King! Test your challenger to its limits! Ah! Ironclad Beetle King!
One hit and it's all over? I don't believe it. That's not possible. Okay, listen up, Grandmaster. The glorified pet rock is clearly tougher than it looks. Time to show it what we're really made of. From what I've seen, our opponent has a lot of brute force, but no finesse. Lugging all that weight around is a recipe for crude and clumsy attacks. And if you don't land the hit, it ain't worth squat. Luckily for us, our Onikabuto have a little thing called agility on their side. Go, Crimson Staff! Dodge the limbs and tail, wait for an opening, and aim for the...
What?
Belly.
Oni King, shall I send in some more Onikabuto, or...
What?
Wait, what's Guoba doing? Wait, the bishop can understand Guoba? Huh. It just up and left. So, to answer your question from a moment ago, Paimon, I found out about Crystal Tornado's aggressive tendencies the last time we came to gather crabs in Guyunstone Forest. Tornado gave Guoba a big ol' bash on the head the moment he saw him. But then Tornado fell unconscious, and apparently wasn't seen for weeks afterwards. I guess he's finally recovered from his injuries.
Man, what a cool guy. I mean, I figured he was a pretty epic dude just from the look of him, but I've never seen someone just stare an enemy into submission like that. There's only one possible conclusion. This is a warrior with strength the likes of which I've never seen before.
I must say, I concur. I don't know how, but Guoba-san simply commanded that hard-shelled beast to stand down and retreat at once. Come to think of it, he seems like a pro at catching crabs, too. Guoba-san clearly has some sort of power that lets him bend the minds of shelled organisms to his will. That's it! The truth has been hiding in plain sight all this time. Guoba-san is a virtuoso beetle battler. With his skills, he can direct an Oni Kabuto's each and every move.
Huh? Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes total sense. These are the kind of brainwaves that make you the Arataki Gang's greatest ally. You see, if we can get Guoba-san to teach us the art of shelled organism mind control, we'll be unstoppable. The entire beetle fighting world will be our oyster.
I have no here. I will not lie to you. Whatsoever. The fuck? I exit this website. But seriously, they're acting like children, and he is a grown man, and he is acting like a child. Well, he is a grown Oni, but what?
Can we stop discussing what special powers Guoba may or may not have? We have to get these crabs back before too long or they'll go bad. And then this whole trip will have been a waste. Right! Get a move on, Bullchucker! Shinobu's waiting for you! Also...
Huh? Wait, when did we get 2 new people? Oh, compadre! If it isn't the Oni King's right hand. Oh, and of course, the flying lavender... sorry. Sky-cleaving white iron lavender melon. Wait. Oh, man. Don't tell me you saw me lose that beetle fight just now. Oh, so humiliating.
Oh, come on! There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Oni Kabuto don't stand a chance against the Geovishap hatchling. Next time, just give it a couple of whacks with your club.
But that would defeat the whole purpose. Let me explain. Now, it's no secret that you've kicked a fair share of butt in your time. And from what I hear, that includes some of the biggest, most powerful, and meanest butt around. So how'd you do it, huh? Were you born stronger than your most fearsome foe? No! Do you rock up to every fight believing that your odds of winning are 100%? Of course not. You start with an impossible goal, defeating the unbeatable enemy. And then you do whatever you gotta do to achieve it. Because even you can't know how much potential you have until you push yourself past your limits. That's how you make yourself not just stronger, but stronger than you ever imagined you could be.
He has a
Flee
point.
the fight once, you'll probably flee the next time. And the time after that. Next thing you know, you're that boring little twerp who never had the guts to put himself out there. Because when you flee the fight, all you're really running away from is the person you could have become.
Actually, he's right. I don't have... You know what?
What's gotten into Bullchucker? He actually said something that made sense. For once, Paimon has nothing to argue back. You hear that? Guoba's getting hungry. Crystal Tornado's gone now anyway, and your Oni Kabuto won't be ready to fight again anytime soon. So, are you just gonna stand here gawking, or...?
Chef-sama makes a good point. We are still far from being worthy enough to seek the tutelage of the mighty sensei, Guoba-san. I have heard tell of a great contest of fine warriors that was once held in this place. We stand on hallowed ground, and the very air we breathe is abuzz with the might of great duelists. I say we set up a ring here and now. I shall summon the mightiest beetle battlers of Liyue, and as iron sharpens iron, we will hone our skills and training with them. Then and only then will we be ready to seek the guidance of Guoba-san. Once we have learned his ways, we will track down that shelled beast and do battle against it once more.
Paimon's got a feeling about this, but not actually sure if it's a good one or a bad one.
Huh? Oh, I'm with you, Grandmaster. Yeah, you're saying the time has come to unveil the plan. This is the moment. It's time for the long-awaited Arataki Blazing Armor Beetle Battle Boot Camp.
That's right! There's no time to lose, Oni King. Let's set up the arena!
Hey! We weren't done talking to you yet! Ugh, unbelievable. Look at them. Not a care in the...
What did they say it was called again? The Arataki something something? Anyway, some sort of beetle fighting tournament, right? I think Hanakato might have mentioned it before. If I wasn't so busy with work at the restaurant, I'd love to take Woba along and watch. But right now, the top priority is dealing with all these fresh crabs. Come on, let's head back.
Shinobu was saying the Arataki gang came to Liyue for her classmates' reunion, right? Won't throwing an impromptu beetle fighting competition interfere with their plans? Well, not much we can do about it except head back to Wanmin and tell Shinobu.
She's gonna be pissed. I mean, she's gonna be pissed. She's not gonna be happy. Like, at all. Indeed. But what the fuck is going on? My head hurt.
Yanfei, Shinobu, we're back!
Guoba, Xiangling, Traveler, and Paimon. Wait, where are the other two?
Let me guess. Ito and Hanakato are up to their usual antics?
We'll fill you in shortly. First, I need to get all these pristine ingredients safely stored away. The Mistflower Corollas won't keep the crabs cool for much longer. Plus, the Traveler and Paimon are valued customers, eagerly awaiting a grand feast. I'll get cooking, then we can catch up while we eat.
Arataki Blazing Armor Beetle Battle Boot Camp? That doesn't bode well. It won't be long before things get out of hand.
Again.
We're guests here, which means we're supposed to be on our best behavior. Leave them to me. I'll put a stop to it.
I don't know. I think it could be fun. Anyway, don't stress. Beetle fighting sounds like a great event idea. According to the Comprehensive Compendium of Liyue Law, we just need to notify the relevant office of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and they'll issue a permit pretty much right away. You never know. Maybe you'll make some new friends with this event. Then you'll have even more people to hang out with when you next come to Liyue. Yeah, and you can bring them all to Wanmin Restaurant for your meals.
Wait, first the event, and now you're already planning our next trip? Given the Arataki gang's financial situation...
Oh, come on. You gotta learn to cut loose more. You came all this way. You should be focused on catching up with old friends, making some new ones, and just generally hanging out and doing lots of fun stuff. I need to be at the Ministry of Civil Affairs shortly for something else anyway, so I can get the ball rolling for Ito's thing while I'm there. All right, I'll handle that while you guys head back to Ito and help get the venue set up. I'll join you later and bring the permit with me.
Yanfei is in a good mood today. She didn't take any persuading to help out with the event.
Well, event planning's right up her alley. She was an officiator in the Masterful Chefs contest, and she has a lot of contacts because of her work. She's also on vacation at the moment, and her old friend Shinobu's in town. That's definitely put her in the mood to have some fun.
Well, I've missed my chance to discuss the issue of our funds. Guess I've got no choice but to deal with Boss directly now. Traveler, Paimon, thanks for all your help so far. I promise I'll make it up to you the next time we meet.
You mean you don't need us to come with you? Well, if Ito's serious about defeating that Geovishap hatchling with Oni Kabuto, Paimon's kinda curious to see how everything goes down.
Now that you mention it, didn't you help Boss out a lot at the last one of these? The almighty Arataki extraordinary and exhilarating extreme beetle brawl?
Oh, we didn't really help out. We just played a few matches. But it was actually super fun.
Either way, it sounds like you understand Boss's perspective far better than I do, so maybe you'll be able to help me talk some sense into him. I'll take all the help I can get.
Sure, or, you know, maybe we could just let him go ahead with it, huh?
Try your luck betting on Jade?
Well, if I'm being honest, I would like to switch up from the other games. Which ones? I have no idea. But we'll figure it out. Hmm. This one or Cult of the Lamb? Alright. Going for Cult of the Lamb. I recommend using a controller, and I feel like using a controller. Papa. Papa. So we started a new cult, which is this one. So we're just gonna go ahead and continue that one. Back here. Ooh, come back here. Whee! We're gonna host a sermon. Okay, let's go to the Darkwood and see what all this is about. Finally, let us end this. I'll be awaiting Temple. Come, witness my true power. Okay. Yeet, 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 yeet. Get back here! Ooh, hello. Failed them up for us, though. Oh, right. I love that. I choose violence. Again. Ooh. Nice. All over living a little life. Double. Nice. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna go here. Make you a cultist? Well, I could certainly try. Well, we just need to get a new follower so you can join. Hello. We got the fishy spot. Sweet! Oh yeah, let's go. Oh. Wonderful. You know what? Let's get the... Okay, let's get the axe. Alright, Wondersoft, no worries. Thank you for sticking around and thank you for coming in. And enjoy your breakfast. Don't worry, I already had my breakfast. Okay. I ate all of it. Ooh. Your persistence is beginning to annoy me, little lamb. You may think yourself clever, you may think yourself righteous in your service to him, but you should not be so trusting, chain one. Oh well, it's too late for talk. One such as you deserves no absolution. This will not end well for you. Want it? Oh, but she's so easy. Kinda. Ooh, what terror card could we get? Sorry. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's see. Right. I'll start. No. Right. Oh, why couldn't it be another weapon? Ugh. Oh, finally. Okay, give me a weapon that I want. Oh, I'm getting this. Oh. I don't like the axes, okay? They're not fun. Where's the fun? Sweet! Hell yeah, let's go! Decorations. Got some coins. Bones. Resources. Next up, Lashy. Let's go beat his ass. Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely collecting. Okay. I got tired of you, little lamb. Time to put an end to this frivolous masquerade. There we go. We defeated Leshy. You've taken the beating heart of a heretic. The red crown can feast upon this heart to unlock new crown abilities. Visit the altar in the temple to unleash the true power. Oh. Wonderful. We got Leshy's trophy. Brass is still a material. Alright. Heretics. Beautiful. Oh, 69! Hell yeah, we got 69 kills. Flesh fell before you like a grain of sand before a tidal wave. What is a shepherd without a flock? Hello JK6779. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Hello, my name is Deadly. I'm a demonic fey feline. I come from the land of ice and fire. Welcome to my hidden forest. I hope you do enjoy your stay. Why would you ever want to leave? We are currently doing something called the Lamb. We're having a lot of fun with it. We do play Genshin, but I just don't want to play Genshin all that much right now, so I decided to do something entirely different. And play a little bit of Lamb instead. So, Refinery is not until 30. Many guys break your beds. So we can build a missionary. We're gonna put that. Right there. Build good luck, guys. Let's see. Let's feed all my followers. So I didn't get a new follower right now, but what is? Hell yeah, we got a follow for him. Hello, Brandy. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome in, and thank you for the gate pass. Ah, okay. Round. Thank you for the lurk, Mandy. I appreciate you.
Oh boy, what are you guys deciding now? The bad. Let's fix the bed. Okay, straight to another sermon. Oh. Woo! Yes! Thank you! Yes, I will get to that soon enough. Hang on. Oh boy. You guys are insane. Okay. We need to get more followers. Let's go! Oh, this. Oh yeah, we have the fishing thing, but I'm not going there. Just hang on. Probably need to go. Ah! Okay. No, let's go get a follower first. Woohoo! Oh, we can probably open that door. Hang on, how many followers do we need? We can open the door! Let's go into the new area. I fucking love this. Like, sure, we started from scratch with this, but honestly, I am just fine with it. No, we want all the materials that we can get, because we're gonna need a lot of them. Alright, let's see what the next one has for us. Oh boy.
So the reason why I'm breaking everything is so we get all the resources that we can from everything. Because, well, we're gonna need a lot of them. Shells are new. Oh, they just. This is why I break everything, like, swing everything, the weapon, because you never know what you get. We'll get to the tarot card in a second. I'm not gonna try and get hit. Pathetic, sniveling, vile puppet to the Red Crown, you have felled the youngest of us. We are the bishops of the old faith. We protect against heresies such as yours. We are the guardians of the true word, and we shall not tolerate such blasphemy. Your sins are many, and for that your loyal followers must suffer. They shall starve. Going after my followers, that's so not okay. I really need a faster weapon. Sweet! Alright, next area. Let's see. Can't get a follower or something. Yes, here we are.
Wonderful!
Hecate, please accept our sacrifice and bless us with fertile soil and bountiful harvest. Keep the famine at bay. Okay, last wave. Okay.
Destroy everything! Get excited.
Sweet!
Wunderbar. Wonderful. We're getting a lot of resources. It's really well, it's a faster weapon. Alright, that was interesting. I had to actually damage them because they had numbers in a certain sequence because they had numbers up by their head. That was pretty cool. Also very annoying. But cool. No mercy! You're not taking any prisoners. Also, when he breaks up, you might find like a heart somewhere or something like that. I'm like, that's why I break everything. Why wouldn't I? You never know what you find. We're gonna need that extra heart. Alright. Let's go kick some ass. Woo! Hell yeah. Whoop, whoop. Ooh, we're gonna take the pumpkins. Absolutely, and we have a new doctrine. Yes, please. Alright, let's go. Turn to cult! Got 2 new followers. You see me here in chains, reduced to nothing, but it has not always been thus. I was bound to this wretched place by the bishops of the old faith. They betrayed me and left me to each of 4 chains that bind, guarded by. Destroy the bishop and you break the chain. Break all 4 and I will be freed. Gave you life and new vessel. Now you must repay the debt. You know. To defeat the bishops, you will need to become stronger. Sacrifice a follower to absorb more power. This will aid you in the quest. Oh, okay. Level up. Okay, let's get some new followers in here. What? Oh, okay. Lol. Starting raffle? Alright. Oh, what the heck. Put yourself, make your follower, please. Thank you. Alright. Everybody's worshipping today. Apparently you guys are still hungry. Alright, let's have a sermon. Go! Close. Alright. Crown stay. Ooh, new doctrine. Alright. Oh, you have 2 bad stats and 1 good. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright. Doctrines. Ritual. So we're sacrificing somebody. But apparently we'll lose 10 for that, so. Look at us entree.
Since we lost on that, I'm gonna use bonfire and gain some faith here. Here we go. Alright, can I get this one? Scared. Okay, while you guys are building, I'm gonna go ahead and clean up after you. Well, at least kind of compiled in one area. At the very least. Yeah. 했다가 we're gonna go visit the Priven's Passage. I just didn't want to read all that. Ooh, nice.
a new follower for him. Oh yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. 1 out of 4 pieces. Beep. Nice. Gotta follow for him. Oh yeah, we can actually cut down trees here. Cool. Wait, what is this? This is new to me. Stairs enter the sacred house of light. Wait. Alright. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, we're gonna go back. I don't know what that was about, but whatever. I think we're just gonna have this as a random thing. Because I don't think anybody wants to be an elder. It'll just be a green sickly kitty. Oh, they put themselves to work. Oh. Alright, we're gonna put down a refinery. Oh, we don't have enough coin for that. Okay, that's fine. We are in need of a sermon though. So let's go ahead and do that. No sacrifices today. At least not for now. You're also tired to work. Put yourselves to work.
Alright, we're definitely gonna have to go back into hazard zone. Alright, let's see what Terra Quest we have. Nah, I don't want to read all this. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Okay, now we can go to the mushroom area. Yay! I want to go back to the other question mark room because I do want to get my hands on more coins stuff. Nice. Alright. Continue. Sweet. Doesn't matter which way we go, so roll. I love that they changed the map a little bit, actually. It's not always the same size room anymore. It's actually really nice to change space. It always used to be the same size rooms. Now it's actually different. That's really quite refreshing. Oh, vampiric or this is not fair. Fine, we'll take this. I just want the speed. Damn, did I pick the right way again on accident? Destroy everything! Okay. Go back. Because... Ah, there's the tarot card. Ooh, okay. Oh god, what are you guys deciding now? What? Uh-oh. Gosh. Oh my god, you guys are horrible. You know that? Why would you do this to me? Why? Why? Why would spam bomb something? Why? I've been taking good care of you as my followers here. So why would you do this to me? But I am very, 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 very proud because I think raise you to be absolute gremlins. Did you make the chest out to be spiders again? It's your fault. At least you're doing that. Game next to heart. Alrighty, let's break everything. Right. Not a heart. It was not a waste. Alright, let's see. Ooh, yes please. Vampiric, absolutely. Let's go! Alright. Hang on. Give me a second. I have to check. Oh my god! Singular Stray Dog, thank you so much for the follow! I really do appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Deadly. I'm a demonic fae feline. I come from the land of ice and fire. Welcome to my hidden forest. I hope you enjoy your stay. Why would you ever want to leave? We play a lot of Genshin on Mondays, but we're switching it up because I've been wanting to play different games, like Cult of the Lamp. We're trying to figure out a more stable schedule for gaming, but as of right now, I just do whatever the fuck. I stay with Hot Yonder feeling about that. You might just become my scratching tree. Gotta keep my nails sharp, okay? Well, sorry, my claws. You might just become my scratching tree. Wonders off. Gotta keep my claws sharp. Well, I'm not so sure about that when you're covered in scratches and blood on your back. Damn. Okay, we're not gonna go that far. We'll see how you do a scratching tree. See how you do a scratching tree first. That was my partner logging onto WhatsApp. Which means I'm gonna try and get him killed later. Again. There's a lot of new stuff in Cult of Lamb, and I'm loving it. Like, the lighthouse wasn't there before, at least not that I know of. Or I just never checked, because I was a bit silly. For those of you not hell, I apologize, but we'll be back in a moment. It is only a slight bit of here with the ads that are coming up. Don't worry. We'll be back in a minute. Hello, Eligos. Woohoo! I died. Murdered. Wow, fuck buckets. Darn. Oh well. I don't need a lecture from you. Alright, wind yourself. You can lick. Thank you for the lick. I appreciate it. Wait, Scorpion, why don't you have a bed? need to have a sermon and make sure everybody's happy. Because, man, I'm unhappy. Man, you're so angry. Why are you so angry? Hey, Ellie, you go eat. So I can go ahead and fix that. So we're gonna go ahead and make one of those at least. Hey, I'll have to make a better sleep. Man, you guys are filthy. You're being bad, kitty. Alright, let's see. We're gonna need an outhouse. Definitely. No doubt.
Alright, we're gonna pay a visit to the sport grotto. Mushrooms! Alrighty. Yeah. Up. You guys do. I don't know why he wanted me to make that for him, but you know what? Okay. Button for self-punishment. We're gonna need a lot of stuff. Why are you also hungry? Level up. Hell yeah. Right, at least nobody's hungry right now, so I'm thinking of going to the harbor and getting some more fish for the quest for the fisher. Hell yeah, let's go. Hang on, chat. I'll be right back. And we are back. Thank you for your patience, chat. We appreciate it. No, that was my partner. He wanted to see if I wanted to go to the store with him, and well, he saw I was busy, so he asked what I wanted. If the game could now just pop up, please. This is not so not. Please work. Oh, please. Work. We are having some technical difficulty. Great. Oh, this is wonderful. And I didn't even get to save the game. Oh, this is really fantastic. Great. Well, that was a total bust. Perfect. I do not want to start over with that again. Well, it happens, but I am not wanting to go back into that again. Not even in just. Really don't like. I should have saved before I went right back. Be right back. I want this on me. That's adorable. Just go ahead and play some Talia funsies. Are you kidding me? Little thing over there. Don't tell me that this thing needs to all the way. Sit here. Oh boy. Well, we're just gonna sit here and look pretty apparently because there's nothing else to do. Other than because we're waiting on this thing to actually so awesome. We're not getting an indicator on a loading bar, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Oh dear. I'm take her. Nope. And we're gonna do this. Stop. Working today. It's being shit today. Why is nothing working? Okay. So this. No, I'm not gonna try this one more time. I
I just don't want to play anything right now. I'm like, no. Fuck everything. I'm done. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. Ah! Being absolute. So, one game I wanted to fucking play today, and I just went, oh, by the way, we're just gonna absolutely fucking shit the bed and not apologize for it because we're gonna fuck things up for you. Great! Fucking fantastic. We're gonna go ahead and watch Mr. Ballin because I need something. Absolutely. Out of the blue, whatever. Hello, Brandy.
Hello.
My game, Cult of the Lamb, decided to shit the bed, and I didn't get to save.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yep. I hate everything, so right now. I hate so many things.
Shit happens. Doo-doo occurs.
Yes. But did I have to shit the bed now? I was on a roll. I said, Polly, that doesn't want to work, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna put on videos because I mm-hmm.
Just stressed out now.
Yeah, a little bit.
How far did you get?
I got
did
like
you
two.
get a good?
I got like
Damn.
2 followers, and I was actually getting somewhere, and I upgraded my cult again, and I was like, dude, really? Seriously? What the fuck?
That's gotta suck.
Oh yeah, it does. Absolutely. 100%. Also, my partner is getting food for me, so I won't crash entirely today. And I'm going to the dentist tomorrow.
So am I.
Oh god.
I have to get 3 crowns done.
I need to get 1 tooth fixed. For not going to the dentist for 5 years. Actually, hang on. Nope. 2 to 3 years. Not going to the dentist for 2 to 3 years. I only got 2 minor damages that they're catching early and making sure I don't get any more damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have a bone disease, so I had to have teeth removed and
Yeah, you told me.
all this other stuff.
Yes, but I have missed you.
Will we?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I've been sleeping, trying to sleep. I've been having issues going to sleep, just thoughts and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Better now?
and
A little?
yeah. Yeah, and I haven't felt like talking. Sometimes I get to where I don't verbally like to talk.
I understand.
Yeah,
we all get those days. I actually was wondering if I should even stream today, but I was like, okay, you know what? Let's not break off our routine.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't feeling all that well because, you know, stressed out, but I'm fine. Watch some videos and hear some fun facts because Mr. Rollin actually does his research.
He does his what?
He does his research, as in he actually collects facts and actual stories around the globe.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen him with you before. It's that dude that wears the hat.
Yeah, the baseball cap and the plaid shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, I like him.
He is amazing. It's like if I get coppered for this, I'm just gonna be like, what? We're just watching videos and we're enjoying it, okay?
Yeah, I was actually watching Road Wars of people being stupid while they drive.
Oh god. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go with the Never Ignore Native Wisdom. It was uploaded 16 hours ago. Let's jump in.
Okay, I'm gonna have to either mute the mic or jump out so I'm able to hear it.
Okay.
Because I can't hear it when I'm on Discord.
No, that's fine. Yeah, either one is fine with me. Okay, let's jump in.
Okay.
One summer day, a man named John Randolph was hiking through a remote forest in Colorado when he began to smell something terrible. Intrigued, he followed the smell until it brought him to this clearing, and in the clearing, John saw what looked like an old campsite. Now, John is out in the middle of nowhere, and so the idea that somebody was camping out here in what looked like a long-term settlement was pretty bizarre to John. And so John walked into the clearing to see what was going on, and when he turned the corner and saw the ground in the middle of the campsite, he saw something that at first he couldn't even process. It was just so horrible, it just looked fake. But eventually he realized what he was looking at was real, at which point John turned around, sprinted out of there, and began screaming for help. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to go out to lunch with you, but once you get there, spend the entire time chewing as loudly as possible with your mouth wide open. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the freezing cold night of February 8th, 1874, a 65-year-old man named Israel Swan sat around this roaring fire with a big group of men inside of this valley in western Colorado. The men around the fire, including Israel, were all gold prospectors, which meant they traveled the western United States looking for gold. But over the past several weeks, this group of prospectors had been trapped in this valley because of all the terrible winter storms. They had these storms coming in that each time would dump up to 6 feet of snow. But on this particular night, as Israel sat by the fire, enjoying the flames and hearing people tell stories, one of Israel's friends, one of the other gold prospectors, whose name was Alfred Packer, he stood up and basically pitched the whole group as to why they should come with him and leave the valley right now. Basically, Alfred told the group that, the weather is starting to turn a bit, it's not as bad anymore, the snow's starting to melt, and Alfred said, I know a pathway out of here that will take us out of this valley in just 2 weeks, and it'll bring us right to Breckenridge, Colorado, which was an area that was known by prospectors for having lots and lots of gold. And so Alfred's basically telling them, this is a win-win. We can get out of here sooner, and we can get rich. After Alfred made this pitch, he sat back down, and everybody just stayed quiet for a second. And Israel, he kind of looked around and watched to see if anybody would take Alfred up on his proposition. Now, Israel knew, unlike him, most of the other prospectors didn't like Alfred. They said he was lazy and difficult. But Israel felt like that was really not the reason they did not like his friend. He believed the reason other people did not like Alfred was because Alfred had epilepsy, which meant he periodically had seizures. And because he had seizures, it kind of made him a liability for journeys like this, where, the whole group really needs to rely on everybody, and everybody needs to pull their own weight. And so they were kind of worried about a guy who at any moment could just become kind of useless because he was having a seizure. But for Israel, Alfred's epilepsy really didn't matter. He didn't feel like Alfred was some huge liability. He felt like Alfred was actually very smart and quite bold. And so for him to stand up and make this pitch just kind of felt like in keeping with who he was. He was somebody that wanted to get things done, and Israel liked that about him. However, just because Israel liked Alfred, that didn't mean he was just going to naturally go with Alfred and do his big plan, but he was at least thinking about it. And as Israel was weighing out the pros and cons of, whether or not he should go with Alfred, he happened to look across the fire and he saw one of the men, this really big guy, was sitting there looking really serious and just shaking his head slowly back and forth like, no, you guys can't be considering leaving early. And then the big guy stood up and he held out his hand right in front of Alfred, basically telling him, like, don't say another word. And then this guy, while still looking at Alfred, he said, if you leave right now, all of your friends will die. And then this big guy sat back down again, and then everybody around the fire just sat there really tense for a few seconds in total silence. The big man who had just spoken was not a gold prospector. He was actually very different than the rest of the people sitting around this fire. His name was Ure, and he was a Native American chief of the Tabawatch band of the Ute tribe. And Chief Ure had actually saved the lives of everybody, Israel and Alfred included, who was sitting around this fire. because a few weeks earlier, this whole group of gold prospectors had wound up lost in this valley, which was the valley where Chief Yurei lived with his tribe, and he had found them stumbling around on the brink of death with all the snow coming down. And so Chief Yurei and his people brought the prospectors some food and water. They helped them set up a campsite right near a river, and then Chief Yurei told them to stay put in this campsite and ride out the winter, and then in the springtime, when the snow melts, it'll be safe for you all to leave. Now, at first, the gold prospectors were only thankful and just totally psyched that Chief Yurei had found them and given them this campsite. I mean, this was great. And so they had no problem agreeing to, wait until the spring to finally leave. But now, after several weeks of being kind of trapped in this camp, the whole group was really starting to get restless. They were worried if they didn't leave soon, there'd be no more gold for them to mine. And for Israel specifically, there was even more pressure on him to go out and find gold, because he had told his family that this would be his last treasure hunting adventure ever. And so he really couldn't go home empty-handed. He literally needed the gold in order to continue to survive and take care of his family. So when Alfred stood up and broke the kind of tense silence and said to Chief Yurei, thank you for your concern, but I am going to leave early, and I just hope others will come with me. At that point, Israel saw the conviction in Alfred, and Israel really felt like he did need to leave now. He needed to get that gold. And so Israel said, you know what? I'll go with you as well. And then after Israel said he would go, 4 other gold prospectors also volunteered to leave early with Alfred. Chief Yurei could tell he was not going to change any of these guys' minds. And so even though he felt like this was a terrible idea, he shifted his focus from trying to stop them to just trying to give them as much information as he could about the area they were going to go into. And so he called all the volunteers who'd be leaving early over to him, and then Chief Yurei drew a map in the dirt on the ground, and he told Alfred and Israel and the other 4 volunteers that you have to follow the river out of here. It'll bring you to this mountain range called the San Juan Mountain Range, and you cannot attempt to go over those mountains. You will not make it. You gotta follow that river and go around the mountain range, and then once you do, on the other side, there will be an outpost where you can stop, get supplies, rest, and then continue the rest of the way towards Breckenridge. And then after Chief Yurei had explained all this, he made sure to mark an X on his dirt map exactly where the outpost would be. And then Chief Yurei just turned around and walked over to his horse and rode away. And then shortly after that, Alfred, Israel, and the rest of the gold prospectors also turned in for the night. The next morning, Israel, Alfred, and the other 4 volunteers who were going to be going on this journey, they got up early and began packing up their stuff. And as they did, one of the other gold prospectors who had not volunteered to go with them, who would be staying in the valley until the springtime, he actually came forward and said he would help them carry their supplies as far as he could go, using his horse. But at some point he would need to stop, drop off their stuff, and then they would be on their own. And so the men were very thankful about this. And so shortly after eating breakfast, they were all ready to go, and they hit the trail. As Israel and the rest of the prospectors began to hike their way up and out of the valley, they began to see off in the distance the huge jagged mountains of the San Juan mountain range, but they were careful to kind of veer closer to the north to stay along that river path because they knew they were not supposed to go up and over the mountains. And as Israel trudged through the snow in a line of men, he held on to a coffee pot, a metal coffee pot that he kept hot coals inside of. This not only kept his hands warm, but also, if he ran out of matches, he could easily start a fire using the coals. It was an old trick he had learned. And so as he's clutching this magnificent warm coffee pot in the freezing cold weather, Israel heard someone walking up behind him, and so he turned around and he saw it was Alfred. And he looked totally miserable, way more miserable than Israel was. And so, without even thinking about it, Israel just handed off his warm coffee pot to Alfred. And Alfred took it and clutched it and was obviously so thankful. Now, none of these gold prospectors had struck it rich. They were all basically poor. But of all these gold prospectors, Alfred really had the least of all of them. And as a result, Israel kind of felt protective of Alfred. And also, Alfred was half the age of Israel. Alfred was 30 years old. And so Israel kind of viewed Alfred as like a lost kid trying to find his way. Alfred had also confided in Israel that when the Civil War broke out in the United States, Alfred had attempted to join the Union Army on 2 different occasions because he wanted to fight the slave-holding Confederate Army. But in both cases, they kicked Alfred out for his epilepsy. But that had not stopped Alfred from tattooing on his arm his battalion information and his name. And unfortunately, because Alfred could not read or write, he misspelled his name when he gave it to the tattoo artist. And so when he got the tattoo, it did not say Alfred for his first name. It said Alfred, A-L-F-E-R-D. And from that point on, that was his name. Nobody called him Alfred, they called him Alfred. And so this was kind of embarrassing for him. And then after getting rejected from the military, Alfred had kind of bounced around from one job to the next, never really putting his roots down and never starting a family. And so again, Israel just felt like this was a guy who needed some help. And so after Alfred very happily accepted that coffee pot from Israel, he in turn reached into his jacket and pulled out a flask with some alcohol in it, and he handed it to Israel, almost like a thank you for giving me this warm coffee pot. And then the two friends walked side by side for a while, passing back and forth the flask and the coffee pot. And then by late afternoon that day, when the snow was really starting to come down, the prospector who had volunteered to use his horse to help move some of their supplies, he had finally reached a point where he said, my horse can't go any farther, the weather's too bad. And so he dropped all their supplies, and then he turned and headed back down the trail. And very likely, as these men watched him disappear down the trail, they all had the same thought. I just gotta suck it up for 2 weeks to get through this treacherous journey, and I will get to Breckenridge, and I will become rich. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Taking care of our mental health is no longer considered a taboo subject. However, actually asking for help when you are the one who's struggling feels just as taboo as ever. There's this fear that you'll be viewed as weak if you ask for help and show a side of you that's kind of vulnerable, when in reality, it's really the opposite. Asking for help when you need it shows strength. And if you do it, it's like right away, your life will improve. The second you let somebody else in, things are gonna get better. I can say confidently that if I had not allowed somebody into my life, a therapist, back in 2018 when I was totally depressed, I don't know if I'd still be here. I was going down a very dark path, and I fundamentally believe therapy is what saved my life. Look, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but if you're struggling right now, I would really encourage you to give it a try. Plus, with the new year having just happened, now is a great time to finally take the plunge and give therapy a shot. And a great therapy platform, especially for people who have never used therapy before, is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey online, and then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist, whether it's through messaging, video, or phone call, or some combination. Also, with BetterHelp, you can switch therapists at any time at no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, betterhelp.com/MrBallin, for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp, and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. Two weeks would pass by, and Alfred, Israel, and the other 4 prospectors did not show up at that outpost that Chief Uray had pointed out, which was on the other side of the San Juan Mountains. That was going to be their first official stop before they continued the rest of the way to Breckenridge. And then another 2 weeks went by, and still they did not show up at the outpost, and they didn't show up at any of the other camps in the surrounding areas. Now, Alfred's big plan for this group was really dependent on the weather holding up. When they left, it was true that the weather was improving, it was snowing less, but within a couple of days of this group setting off on the trip, those winter storms came back with a vengeance and just dumped snow all over the valley and all across the trail this group would have been on in their attempt to leave. But the only people who knew that these men had embarked on this perilous journey was the men themselves, and then also Chief Uray and the other gold prospectors who had decided to stay in the valley until spring. But even if Chief Uray and those other prospectors knew that Alfred, Israel, and the others were in trouble, they would have no way of helping them or getting to them or even communicating to the outside world. They were completely stuck in the valley and basically couldn't do anything. And so in short, it appeared that Alfred, Israel, and the other 4 men were totally lost somewhere out in the wild, but nobody knew. But that would all change on April 16th, 1874, roughly 2 months after Israel, Alfred, and the others had begun what was supposed to be a 2-week-long journey. That morning, a group of officials who manned the outpost that Israel and Alfred and the others were supposed to go to, they were having breakfast in one of the outpost's little log cabins. And as they're eating and talking to each other, suddenly from behind them, the door to the cabin flies open, and these officials, they turn around and they see standing in the doorway is this totally disheveled looking guy with long hair that's sticking up in the air and a huge bushy beard. And in one hand, he's got a rifle, and in the other hand, he's got a metal coffee pot. And his eyes were darting like crazy side to side, and he was clearly in shock, and he was trying to speak, but he just couldn't. This man was Alfred. And it was obvious to the officials that this man is in dire need of help. And so without even asking him any questions, they whisked him inside, shut the door, got him some food, got him some water, and immediately Alfred's wolfing down the food as fast as he can until he began vomiting, at which point he apologized profusely and said, I've been starving out in the wild for weeks, and, it must have done something to my intestinal tract, it's probably damaged. But frankly, the officials did not care about the fact that he threw up all over the ground. They were worried this guy was going to die right then and there. And so the officials helped Alfred get cleaned up and put in warm clothes. And then Alfred asked them, do you have any whiskey? I want to kind of warm my body up. And they said, no problem. They handed him some whiskey. And so Alfred threw a couple of shots back. And then after that, it was pretty obvious that Alfred had kind of relaxed a little bit. And then at that point, one of the officials asked Alfred, what happened to you? As soon as Alfred was asked this question, he shut his eyes and kind of grimaced, like even the thought of what had happened to him was just too painful to think about. But after a moment of silence, Alfred, with his eyes still closed, told the officials that he had been with 5 men and they were trying to hike their way out of the valley to get to Breckenridge, Colorado to look for gold. But as they were hiking this trail, this huge storm came in and made it really hard to navigate the trail they were on. And so the group decided they would actually cut through the San Juan mountain range. The thing Chief Ure said, don't do that, do not go over the mountains. They decided to do that. But as they were traversing these treacherous mountains, it was clear that Alfred was just not keeping up with the group. And so unfortunately, they made the decision to leave Alfred behind to die. And he knew he was being abandoned to die. And so he had to watch as his 5 friends, disappeared into the snow. But amazingly, Alfred did not die. Instead, he would spend the next nearly 2 months stumbling through the snowy forest, having no idea where he was going, eating roots and flowers and looking for shelter any chance he got. But the thing that really allowed him to survive out in the wild was when he was abandoned by the 5 others, he was in possession of that coffee pot that had the coals inside of it. And so at night, he was able to start fires. And then also at one point, he was so hungry that he cooked his leather shoes in the fire and ate them because, again, this guy is starving. And so really, he was on the brink of death when he randomly stumbled into this outpost and found this cabin. After Alfred finished telling his story, the officials were just totally shocked and silent. And Alfred eventually would ask them a question. He would say, have any of my men come through here? Did anybody else survive? And they would say, no, it's only you. We have not seen anybody else. Now, the officials did not send out a search party right away, mostly because it seemed kind of obvious that Alfred's men were likely dead by this point. It's been 2 months since they started that journey. The chances are just not good that they have survived. But even if these other men were not dead yet, the officials had no idea where to begin their search. They knew that if they actually wanted to go looking for these guys, they would need Alfred to lead the search because he's the only one who knows where they could be. But Alfred was not healthy enough to go out in the wild and lead a search. And so for several weeks, Alfred just stayed in the outpost, resting and recovering. And then finally, when he was healthy enough, he would go out and lead a search party to go find the missing men. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. And so it wasn't until that summer, when all the snow had finally melted, that the mystery was finally solved about what happened to those other men. On August 20th, 1874, a traveling artist named John Randolph was hiking through a forest in western Colorado, roughly in the area where those other prospectors would have been walking on their attempt to leave the valley. And as John Randolph was walking through that area, he began smelling this horrible smell. And so John followed the smell until it brought him to this clearing, and then in the clearing was what looked like an old beat-up campsite. And so, being curious, John walked into the clearing to see who was in this campsite, but when he turned the corner and saw what was on the ground in the middle of this campsite, he froze, because on the ground in the middle of this campsite were 5 dead men all lying perfectly in a row. They were the source of the terrible smell. And right away, even though John was in shock from what he's seeing, he could tell that these 5 men did not die from something natural. One guy was missing his head altogether, and the other 4 had obvious signs of something being smashed really hard, probably repeatedly, into their heads. But that wasn't all. The other thing John immediately noticed is that the 5 bodies were in very different states of decay. 2 of the bodies were basically skeletons, but the other 3 were not. They were basically intact. Their chests had been cut and flayed open, but they all looked like they had died somewhat recently. In fact, one of the men looked so lively that it seemed like he was just sleeping, despite the gaping wound in his chest and his head that clearly indicated he was dead. Now, John wanted to turn and run away, but he had this morbid curiosity. He wanted to know what he was even looking at. What happened to these guys? And so, kind of against his better judgment, he walked a little bit closer to the bodies, and when he got close enough, he noticed something else that was totally off about the scene. When he was looking down at these men, he could tell that the wounds they had sustained, especially in their chest, looked surgical, like whoever had wounded them, whoever had cut them, had done so with an incredible amount of precision. This was not random hacks that got these guys killed. This was like a butcher carving up meat. And then John happened to look up from these 5 bodies, and he noticed just a little ways away was the remains of a burned out fire pit. And then there was a trail that kind of led off into the woods behind the fire. And so again, John, he wants to run, but he can't help but be really curious. And so he walked past the bodies, he went to the fire pit, and he followed that trail kind of back into the woods, and he found this ramshackle shelter kind of tucked away in the woods that was abandoned. No one was in there, but it had all the signs of someone living here for a pretty long period of time. And then suddenly, it was like all these pieces came together, and John realized what he had just stumbled on. Clearly, those 5 men had been murdered, and the person who murdered them very likely lived in this camp. And over the course of what looks like weeks or months, this person was butchering these men and then cooking their body parts over that fire and eating them. This is like a cannibal camp. And John, he's thinking, is this guy going to come back? Whoever lives here, are they coming back soon? He didn't know. And so kind of in a panic, he pulled out a sketchbook, he sketched the area, and then he turned and sprinted out of there to go find help. It would turn out John, the illustrator, was totally correct about what he thought was happening at that camp. After Alfred was left behind to die, those 5 other men carried on into the night up into the mountains, and then somebody attacked them, began killing them, and eating them. And that person was Alfred. That was why Alfred had survived for so long. It wasn't just that he was able to make fires at night, it was that he was able to make fires at night and eat his friends. Now, no one has ever been able to actually determine how Alfred went about killing these 5 men, or even when he killed these 5 men. All we know is that based on the investigation, 4 of his victims appeared to have been asleep when they were murdered, but the 5th victim, who actually was Israel, the one guy who really liked Alfred and looked out for him and was kind of like a father figure to him, he was the only one who showed signs of a big struggle before he was murdered. While Alfred denied killing all 5 of the men, he said that he basically only killed one of them and it was self-defense, and somebody else killed the other 4. It was kind of confusing. Despite those claims he had, the one thing Alfred never denied was the cannibalism. In fact, Alfred straight up told authorities that he grew to really like the taste of human meat. In fact, when they searched that campsite that John Randolph found, they would find the remains of a dead deer that was right near the campsite. But despite it being right there, Alfred never attempted to carve it up and eat it. He just kept going back to his stockpile of human meat and eating that. In the end, Alfred was convicted of murder and he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. But in 1901, when he was 92 years old, he was granted parole, and right away, Alfred became a vegetarian and then died a few years later. From the 1800s all the way through the 1900s, Bodmin's St. Lawrence Hospital was one of the largest running asylums in all of England. But in 2002, it was permanently shut down due to so many accusations of patient mistreatment. Now, after it was shut down, the property kind of fell into disrepair. It was basically abandoned. And so when it became totally overgrown, it began attracting vandals and urban explorers. And so the owners of the property finally just put up a fence all the way around the hospital, and they hired security guards to patrol the property at night to keep vandals out. And so these security guards began doing that, and very quickly they began reporting that they were seeing and hearing things they couldn't explain on this property. They'd hear things like footsteps on floors that they knew were vacant, or they'd hear doors slamming, and at least one guard claimed to have seen a gurney roll into the hallway from a room, but then when he checked the room, there was nobody in there. But perhaps the scariest account came from a security guard who, when he showed up for work that night, he was feeling kind of sick. And so when he was out walking the property, he found somewhere to lay down in one of the smaller hospital buildings. And as he was laying there with his eyes closed, he began hearing a tapping sound coming from outside. And so he stood up and he walked over to the window and he looked out into the night, but he couldn't see anything out there that would cause this tapping sound. And so he shrugged and turned back around to go lay down again. But when he turned around, standing in this room with him was this skinny woman wearing a white hospital gown, and she had this grimy black hair that was covering her face. And so the security guard is just staring at her, totally terrified, and before he could do anything, this woman just turns and walks into a wall and vanishes. To hear the full terrifying story, check out the latest episode on our newest Ballin Studios podcast called Bedtime Stories. This episode is called Night Shift, and if you want more episodes like this, Bedtime Stories releases new episodes every Wednesday, and they're available on all podcast platforms.
Okay, so he was a cannibal. Great. Fucking tastic. My god. Ready? There was a deer near the campsite, and he never attempted to eat that. Instead, he ate his friends.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Randy?
Yeah, I was as soon as they said that he was walking around and all this stuff, and I was like, the first thing that's actually the first thing I thought of is that he probably killed his friends and ate them, because how else is he going to be able to survive on his own?
Yeah, but the thing is that people have actually lived through a lot of things on a different diet.
Yeah.
Eating whatever they can find. Not uncommon.
There's actually a couple things from in America history. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Dahmer Party.
Oh, I've heard about it.
Yeah. Instead of it was a group of settlers, so it's basically kind of the same thing, except they didn't like abandon anybody.
Oh.
So, and of course they say that the people who end up doing that become Wendigos, and I love learning about like history of everywhere when they start talking about what would it be, folklore.
Yeah, it's folklore. Yeah, I know all about Wendigos, but still, it's horrifying to. But when it comes down to it, cannibals have actually been throughout our history. Not to mention, there has been cannibalism since the Aztecs, as far as we know.
Oh yeah, well, you know that there's a tribe somewhere in
rainforest.
It's not in the rainforest. They're like on an, I think they're on an island or a plateau. It was something, and they tell people don't go there because they are cannibal and they will kill you and they will eat you.
Yeah, that's the rainforest.
Even when they show helicopters going by, they're throwing stuff at the helicopters and stuff.
I know. There was a movie based around that. And also, if you are a virgin, they will cut you down there, and then you will be somebody's bride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's disgusting. But
Well,
it's their
I have a
culture.
kid,
but
so
yeah.
we know I'm not one. So
Mm. Yeah, but still, if they figure out that you're a virgin, yeah, prepare for pain.
yeah.
If you're
There's
not,
a couple.
you're gonna get eaten. Have fun.
Well, there's also in Africa there's a religion that when girls hit a certain age, they all that happens too. So I'm just
Yeah, it's
you
the
know we're
it's the culture. Let's stop talking about it.
yep.
I don't want to think
Okay,
about it.
so
It's horrifying.
what are we going to watch now?
Well, I was going to go ahead and clean up after myself a little bit because I just ate food.
Okay, I kind of figured that much because you had muted
Yes,
and
I
you
was
said
eating.
that your partner is bringing you food.
So just give me like 2 minutes if you wouldn't mind entertaining chat for the moment. I'll be right
I
back.
don't mind. Uh, it's cold here where I'm at. It's supposed to get like 34 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a lot warmer than what it has been. I have to try to. I have to make some arrangements to do some things. But I hope everybody is having a good day. And everyone's. Oh, sorry. That's so sleepy. It's- I can be dead tired and wake up and start doing something. And then I'm like, oh, there's new episodes of anime. And after like the first anime, I'm like, I'm ready to go to sleep. Don't understand that. Does that happen to anybody else? Oh. I gotta call my dad in a little while. As soon as our host with the most comes back, I need to call him. Hey, Toki. Toki. That's my cat. You over there by your daughter, Toki? I don't really know. Hey, irritate anybody? I'll return shortly.
I'm back.
Oh my God. Welcome back.
You were yawning something awful.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still tired.
Okay. What evil force condemned these innocent men? Warning, distressing events. Okay, let's go.
Today, I'm going to tell you a story that has been told.
Huh?
It was like I like how you explained it. You said distressing events, and then you took like a slight pause and went, "What's this one?"
Just say that again.
No, I was saying how you were reading the description,
Yeah.
and then you took a slight pause, and then you were like, "This one."
Okay, let's go for it. I mean that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pause again so I can listen to this
All right.
or
3,
mute.
2, 1. We're off.
Today, I'm going to tell you a story that has been told many, many times with lots of variations over the past 100 years or so. But the version of the story that I'm going to tell you is actually the original version that was published in 1907 in the Chicago Tribune newspaper. Now, since its publication, lots of people have taken this original story and kind of embellished details and made it more spooky. But in my opinion, it's this original version that is by far the most terrifying because it really happened. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to get the like button, a nice fresh cup of coffee, but make that coffee using old hot dog water. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. One evening in the middle of March of 1907, a sailor named Nels Nelson stood at the bow of this big Russian steamboat called the Perrier, and he looked out over the Pacific Ocean with a very worried look on his face. The sun was starting to go down, and Nels was afraid of what the night might bring. About a month earlier, the Perrier, the boat that Nels was on, had left Hong Kong and begun its long journey to California, where Nels and the rest of the crew would offload all their hemp and machinery. And just that day, the Perrier had passed by Honolulu, Hawaii, which meant they were nearly to their final destination. Now, their long voyage thus far had been quiet, but now Nels just couldn't help feeling like their luck was about to run out. Nels had been a sailor his whole life. He was originally from Sweden, but he'd traveled all over the world, and a few years back he had linked up with the Perrier in Hong Kong. And now, other than the captain of the Perrier, who was a Russian named Kavinsky, Nels was the longest-serving member on board the Perrier. And what that meant was Nels and the ship's captain were the only two currently on board the Perrier who knew the ship's dark secret. Now, Nels and the captain had not told anyone this secret and didn't intend to. Now, this wasn't something they planned, like they weren't trying to keep it a secret. Instead, it was just kind of this unspoken agreement that we're just never going to talk about this. But at the last port in Hong Kong where the ship was docked, the previous entire crew of the Perrier, minus Nels and the captain, had all deserted because of this secret. And so now Nels and the captain were left to kind of keep this information to themselves and go out and solicit a new crew to come on board the Perrier to go to California, but they did it without telling these people about this dark secret. And they'd managed to do it. Nels and the captain had found this kind of ragtag bunch of sailors to come with them on this journey, but as a result of recruiting basically anybody with a pulse who was willing to go on this voyage, the crew they ultimately recruited was kind of an untrustworthy, sketchy bunch. On this night, it was Nels' turn to stand watch, which means basically you would stay up and kind of patrol the boat and look out for problems or emergencies. It was just a way to make sure the crew was always safe, even when everybody was asleep. And even though Nels was not exactly thrilled to be staying up all night to stand watch, in a way he actually was kind of relieved to be in charge of this task. He figured he'd rather be awake and miserable than asleep and vulnerable. Suddenly, another sailor came up to Nels, and Nels hadn't heard him, and the sailor slapped him on the back and said, "Hey, how you enjoying your sunset cruise tonight?" Nels turned around and saw it was another crew member just kind of pulling his leg, and so Nels attempted to put on a smile and kind of go along with the joke and make it kind of lighthearted, but he was really struggling because he was looking off to the horizon and he could see the sun had nearly set. For the next couple of hours, Nels and this other sailor would stand by this railing in the cold night air, and they would just talk about, what they're going to do when they get to California, and, what they plan to do with their lives generally, and just kind of small talk, normal stuff. And, for a little while, Nels did forget about all this extreme anxiety he was having about nighttime. But at some point, as Nels and this other sailor were just chatting away, there was this warm breeze that kind of came across the deck of the ship. Now, remember, it had been very cold all night, and so this warm air really stood out. And the second Nels felt that warm air, he knew his worst fears were about to be realized. And so Nels was so scared about what was about to happen that he just kind of froze. He couldn't even turn and tell his partner what was happening. And his partner was totally oblivious because his partner had never been on the Perrier before and didn't know the ship's dark secret. And so this other sailor just kept on blabbering away, totally oblivious. But then, as Nels is frozen to the spot with fear, from down below in the ship, where the crew was all sleeping, they heard this loud, guttural scream, like one of the crew members was being tortured or something. And right away, the guy next to Nels, the other sailor who had been with him, he stopped talking, because now he knows there's a problem. He doesn't know what it is, but obviously something's wrong. Now, Nels was still frozen with fear because he knows what's happening. He knows what's gonna happen. And so he was just standing there, and the other sailor is like, Nels, what's going on? We gotta go down there. But it wasn't until more screams began coming out of the berthing area down below that Nels kind of snapped out of it, and he was like, all right, come on, we gotta go. And the two of them, they went bombing down the steps down into the berthing area, and they went into the first compartment where these screams were coming from. And when Nels and his partner walked into this room, they looked and they saw two of their crew members were sitting on one of the bunks, just completely rigid, as if they were totally stiff. And the two of them were just screaming as loud as they possibly could in perfect unison, but it was like they weren't there. It's like their eyes were staring off into the distance and they couldn't control their bodies. Now, Nels knew what was going on here, but the partner didn't. And so the partner's looking at Nels like, what's going on here? And Nels just turned to him and said, look, I think we can quarantine them. Help me move them. And so this partner has no idea what Nels is doing. He doesn't understand what's going on, but he kind of jumped into action with Nels, and Nels and this guy, they grabbed these screaming crew members who were totally stiff, and they remained stiff as Nels and the other sailor dragged them out of the room, down the hall, and they put them in what's called the hold, which is kind of like a jail cell on board a ship. It's where sailors who misbehave get sent to. And so it's a place you can put things and lock the door, and they don't come out again. Nels' thinking was, if we can take these affected crew members and quarantine them in the hold, maybe, just maybe, this won't spread to the rest of the crew. But as soon as Nels had shut and locked those two men inside of the hold, it was like the entire ship erupted with screams as the entire crew, minus Nels and his partner, just began screaming like mad. It was like the ship was total chaos. And so Nels and the crew member, they began running down the hall trying to figure out where the screaming was coming from. But before they knew it, the rest of the crew were streaming out of their rooms into the hallway, just screaming and running their way upstairs to the top deck. And so Nels began telling himself, stay calm, it's okay, it's not happening to you yet. But then it felt like someone had reached up inside of Nels' chest and was squeezing as hard as they could. It was like his body was being possessed by something, and then he felt this pressure building up inside of him, and then it was like, without even trying, suddenly the loudest scream that had ever come out of Nels came out of his mouth, and he was completely powerless to stop it. And seconds later, Nels, screaming at the top of his lung, along with his partner, who was also screaming, they joined the stampede of other screaming crew members running their way up to the top deck. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Something a lot of people don't know about me is that before I became Mr. Ballin, my life was actually in shambles. Following my exit from the military in late 2017, I really struggled to assimilate back into society. I had spent nearly a decade in the military, and so to suddenly be a civilian again was kind of jarring and confusing. I felt like I had no purpose anymore. But instead of actually trying to solve this problem, I instead just bottled up my feelings, and in time it made me miserable, angry, and totally depressed. Luckily, my family was very aware of how much I was suffering, and eventually they encouraged me to seek out a therapist. And I did, and honestly, I think it saved my life, because before that, I was going down a very dark mental path. Look, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but it's a great starting point for anyone who's struggling right now and doesn't really know what to do. Also, the new year is a great time to finally make the jump and give therapy a try. And one of the most accessible therapy options is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey online. Then it's up to you how you speak to your therapist, whether it's through messaging, phone, or video calls. Also, you can switch therapists at any time at no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, betterhelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. Okay, back to the story. And when Nels and his partner reached the top deck, as they were screaming and screaming and screaming, Nels looked around and he took stock of what he was seeing. Again, he's literally screaming this entire time and can't stop it. And he's seeing that's what everybody else was dealing with. There were sailors who were clawing at their faces, almost like they were trying to stop themselves from screaming, but that wasn't doing anything. Others were holding their throats, attempting to stop the screaming. Some others were running into walls and grabbing and fighting with each other. I mean, it was absolutely chaos. And so Nels, he's kind of taking stock of this whole situation, still screaming, and then he notices one sailor in particular, and Nels knew exactly what was going to happen. That one sailor, who Nels did not know well, he was one of the sketchy crew members who were picked up in Hong Kong, he stopped screaming. And Nels could tell because there was this look of absolute calm over this sailor's face. And he was down on all fours, almost like an animal, right out in the middle of the top deck. And Nels, as he continued to scream, watched as this young, now very quiet sailor started to move across the deck like an animal. And as he did, he got faster and faster, like he was galloping on all fours, and he was headed straight for the railing of the ship. Now, Nels, in his conscious mind, he knew what was going to happen next, and he wanted to stop it, but just like he couldn't stop his own screaming, he was powerless to stop what was about to happen to this young man. And sure enough, Nels watched in horror as this galloping young sailor went full speed to the railing and then just leapt clear over it and splashed into the water below. And the second he hit the water, it was like everybody on the ship broke out of their trance. The screaming stopped, and it was eerily quiet. And one by one, each of the crew who had kind of broken out of their trance now began looking around, having no idea how they just wound up on the deck and what was even going on. And they looked at each other to try to figure out, like, do you know what just happened? But nobody knew. And then this very tense silence was broken when one of the crew members who had seen that young man gallop and leap over the side, this crew member, he yelled, "Hey, man overboard, someone jumped over." And it was like that was the thing that everybody was going to focus on. We're going to forget about this absolute craziness that just happened, and we're going to try to rescue this guy. But despite lowering down rowboats and paddling around for nearly an hour and yelling out for this guy and turning their ship around over and over again, they never found him. He never made a single noise, nothing. He just vanished into the night. And that was it. And so after about an hour of searching, the search was called off, and this sailor who had leapt over the edge was declared dead. And once he was declared dead and the rest of the crew were all back on board the Perrier, standing on the top deck, looking around like, what just happened? Nels and the captain looked at each other and nodded, because they knew they would have to tell the crew what just happened. They would have to share this ship's dark secret. And so Nels and the captain told the crew the big secret, and the crew was obviously horrified, but considering they had just been through the entire experience, they weren't exactly surprised. They just hoped that, this night was the only night this craziness would happen. But the following night, the same thing happened. Everybody screamed, went crazy, ran up to the deck, somebody leapt overboard. The next night, same thing happened as well. The next night, so 4 nights in a row of this, the captain just could not take it anymore, and when he heard that first scream echo through the ship, the captain grabbed a pistol, put it to his head, and fired. In early April, the Perrier finally reached San Francisco, California, where the crew was supposed to offload their hemp and machinery. By this point, one of the sailors, whose name was Padaman, had assumed command of the ship, but by this point, the crew were very close to mutiny. They did not want to be on the ship anymore. They didn't care who was in charge. And in fact, once the Perrier got even just within sight of land, there were 9 sailors still on board the Perrier who stole one of the rowboats, lowered it down to the water, and just paddled to land to get away from the Perrier as fast as they could. They didn't even ask to be paid. They just wanted to get away. Nels and the few remaining crew members on board the Perrier docked it in San Francisco, California. They unloaded the hemp, and then the crew actually got back on the Perrier and set sail again and sailed to Santa Monica, California, which was not a very far distance, where they would offload the machinery, so the rest of their haul. And actually, on the morning that they were supposed to actually dock in Santa Monica, the crew's cook leapt overboard to his death at 2 a.m., and the crew barely reacted, because by this point, this was just commonplace on board the Perrier, people going crazy and jumping over to their deaths. And so once the Perrier was docked in Santa Monica and all the cargo was offloaded, Nels and the rest of the crew just left it there. They totally abandoned it and just left. And the Perrier would remain totally abandoned in this dock in Santa Monica until a reporter from the Chicago Tribune newspaper found out about what had happened on board the ship and the fact that now it was totally abandoned, which seems so creepy, and he decided to dig into this, and ultimately he published the story that I'm telling you right now. Here is the Perrier's dark secret that both Nels and Captain Gavinsky knew all too well. 3.5 years earlier, on a night in the fall of 1903, the Perrier docked in what was then called Bombay, but what is now known as Mumbai, India. And on this particular night, some of the crew members of the Perrier decided they wanted to leave the boat and go have some fun. So a few sailors and an officer hopped on one of the rowboats on board the Perrier, they lowered it down to the water, and they paddled to shore. And apparently, this group of guys had a great time on shore, but at some point, the officer apparently killed a guy on land. Who knows what it was about? Nobody knows. The reporter from the Chicago Tribune couldn't figure it out. But the rumor goes the officer killed someone, and when they came back to the ship that night, the officer was bragging about killing this person and even making jokes about it. Now, we don't know if this story actually happened, and we also don't really know if this is the seminal event that prompted what would become the dark secret of the Perrier. But very shortly after that officer had killed someone, the Perrier had left Mumbai and they were out at sea and it was very cold, but then suddenly the crew remembered this warm air wafting over the boat, and then screams rang out from inside as the crew began going totally crazy. This was the first appearance of the Perrier's dark secret, which sailors on board the Perrier actually just referred to as the Thing. Nobody ever saw the thing, or felt the thing, or heard the thing. The only thing they experienced before all hell broke loose is a warm breeze would come across the ship, and then seconds later it was absolute pandemonium until one of the crew members died. And usually it was like the thing inhabited one of the sailors, like that young man who ran like an animal and leapt over the edge, and this thing would basically inhabit these sailors and cause them to take their own lives. Over the next few years, more crews would join the Perrier and go out to sea, and over and over and over again, this thing, the dark secret, would take over and many of the crew would end up dying. And so by the time the crew had come to port, the crew would totally mutiny and disappear. Nobody wanted to be anywhere near this ship. That was why Nels and Captain Gavinsky were the longest serving members on board the Perrier, because they were the only ones who were willing to come back. All told, the Thing, or the dark secret of the Perrier, claimed the lives of 23 sailors. 20 of them, after screaming like maniacs, suddenly just went quiet and leapt over the railing into the ocean and drowned, and the 3 others that passed away were the ship's captains, who all killed themselves. After the Perrier was abandoned in Santa Monica, California, it's unclear what actually happened to it, but we know it never sailed commercially again. One night, in a cemetery in Alabama, this woman was visiting her sister's gravesite.
Okay, that That was insane. Randy, where'd you go? A true story from over 100 years ago. 117 years ago. Ah. Hmm.
In the early morning hours of March 1st, 1954, a Japanese fisherman was asleep inside of his bed on board this fishing vessel when suddenly he sat up because the room he was in was now completely illuminated in this unbelievably bright orangey white light. Now, he looked at his watch and saw it was too early for sunrise, and so whatever this light was, it was not the sun. And so this fisherman leapt out of his bed, he ran upstairs to the top deck, and he looked out towards these lights in the sky, and then the lights just vanished. And so for a minute, this fisherman and the rest of the crew were kind of relieved because they're thinking, okay, this seemed bad, whatever it was, but it's gone now. However, they didn't know this yet, but those lights were just the beginning of a 2-week-long nightmare that would go down in history as the first time ever humans experienced this particular horrible, horrible thing. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is fast asleep, secretly take their phone and change the language settings to Chalcatongo Mixtech. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At around 1 a.m. on March 1st, 1954, a 20-year-old fisherman named Oishi Matashishi finally headed down to his bed on the lower deck of the fishing boat that he worked on, which was called the Lucky Dragon No. 5. Oishi was totally exhausted. He and the other 22 crew members had been working practically around the clock, 18-hour days for the last 6 weeks, trying to catch tuna, but so far, this trip had really been a disaster. They had gotten stranded on sandbars, there had been these terrible storms that had nearly capsized the boat, and then also they had lost a lot of their fishing lines when they got snagged on coral reefs. And so, as a result, their tuna hauls so far had been devastatingly low. And Oishi and the rest of the crew were very aware of this. In fact, Oishi was very worried that he would not bring home enough money to support his family. Back when Oishi was 14 years old, his father, who had been the breadwinner for their family, had been crushed to death when he was repairing a ship. And so now Oishi had stepped into that patriarch role, taking care of his mother and his 5 other siblings. And so Oishi really needed a solid paycheck from this trip, and it wasn't looking like that was going to happen. And so Oishi staggered his way into his small room and he collapsed onto his bed, and as he lay there trying to sleep, he felt the ship gently rocking side to side. The ship, the Lucky Dragon No. 5, was anchored relatively close to the Marshall Islands, which is a strip of islands right about halfway between Hawaii and Australia. But what's unique about the Marshall Islands is they sit over these huge ancient underwater volcanoes. Now, these volcanoes are dormant, but the captain of the Lucky Dragon No. 5 was weary enough about getting too close to these dormant volcanoes in fear they might erupt, that he intentionally kept them about 80 miles or so away from the Marshall Islands. And so eventually, Oishi did drift off to sleep in his bunk, but 5 hours later, Oishi suddenly sat up wide awake because the little room he was in was now completely flooded with this very bright yellowy light. And so Oishi, he's kind of confused. He felt like it was too early for sunrise, and he checked his watch, and he saw it was only 6:45 a.m. And so yes, it was too early for sunrise. So whatever this was, it was not the sun. And then when he went to the little porthole window where all this light was coming in, he had to squint his eyes, but he looked outside, and he couldn't tell where this light was really coming from or what it was. But he could clearly see it was coming from the west, and the sun rises in the east. So really, whatever this light was, it was not the sun. At the same time, the rest of Oishi's crewmates who were in this room with him, they were also starting to wake up and kind of looking around like, what's going on here? And then without even saying anything, all of them just rushed out of the room and ran upstairs to the top deck to look around and see what was going on. And when they got up there, Oishi looked out towards the west where these lights were up in the sky, and he couldn't really see a clear point of origin. It wasn't like there was an obvious thing creating these lights. It was more like the western sky was just unbelievably bright and yellow and orange, and it seemed like the light was kind of hovering over where the Marshall Islands would be. And so everyone's thinking, is it possible this is a volcano eruption? Is there something else going on here? And then as the crew is just watching in stunned silence at all these crazy lights in the sky, the lights kind of began to fade and they turned blue and purple, and then they just went away and the entire crew was pitched back into darkness. And as everyone's just standing around having no idea what to make of these lights, the oldest crew member on board, who was 40 years old, he said the one thing that everybody kind of in the back of their mind was thinking about but didn't want to say. The oldest crew member just said, atomic bomb. Just 9 years earlier, the United States had dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan to end World War II. Now, Oishi, who was Japanese, he was 11 years old at the time this happened, and it had a profound impact on his life and his family's lives, his friends. I mean, anybody who was alive when this happened, it changed everything. But as Oishi and the rest of his crew were kind of staring out to the west, which was all dark at this point, Oishi thought, there's no way this could have been an atomic bomb. Number one, World War II is over, so there's no reason a bomb would get dropped again. And two, when those atomic bombs were dropped on Japan 9 years earlier, it vaporized basically everything and everyone in its path. And so for them to be this close to these huge lights, if that were an atomic bomb, wouldn't they too be vaporized? Like, they would not be able to see that and live. And so Oishi began to tell himself, okay, it probably was not a volcano eruption, it probably was not an atomic bomb, I don't know what it was, but we're okay. And while many of the other people on board the ship felt the same way Oishi did, very quickly the call came out amongst the crew to just go ahead and bring in the lines right now. We don't know what these lights were, but we need to head back to port back in Yaizu, Japan. And so quickly, Oishi and the rest of the crew got to work pulling these lines in and prepping the boat to head back to port. And then at some point after Oishi had done what he was supposed to do, he began walking his way down below to the galley to get some food. But when Oishi was about halfway, he suddenly heard this deafening explosion outside coming from the west where these lights had been, and immediately Oishi just jumped onto the ground, covering his head, thinking that was going to protect him. And as he's laying there listening to this unbelievable exploding sound, he's thinking, oh my gosh, one of those volcanoes under the Marshall Islands has indeed erupted. That's what's happening. And any minute now, a giant tsunami wave from this eruption is going to flip us over. We're going to get killed here. And so Oishi, as this massive exploding sound is going on, he jumps to his feet and he runs upstairs and he finds the majority of the crew that was still up there had jumped to the ground and they were just kind of protecting themselves. A couple braver crew members had stood up and were kind of looking out towards the west to see if they could see what was going on, but there were no lights now. It was just these crazy loud exploding sounds coming from the west. And then suddenly all the sounds stopped and Oishi and the crew at that point braced for what they believed was this inevitable tsunami wave that was going to hit them. But the weird thing is after the exploding sound stopped, everything was totally calm. In fact, Oishi glanced over the edge of the boat and he saw the water was totally placid, more calm than normal. And after a few more minutes went by and no massive tsunami wiped them all out, the crew was like, what's going on here? Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. In 2017, I was medically retired from the military, and at first, this was awesome. It was like finally I had my life back again. However, not long after becoming a civilian again, I started becoming restless, and before long, it was like everyone and everything around me just totally annoyed me for really no reason. And over time, this caused a lot of problems because nobody wanted to be around me. And the way I handled this was by isolating myself. Luckily, my wife saw what was happening to me and she encouraged me to go speak to a therapist, and I would. And honestly, it changed my life. My therapist told me the reason I was acting the way that I was is because I was really struggling to transition to civilian life, and also there was some serious trauma surrounding a near-death experience I had when I was in the military that I had not really come to terms with, and that was kind of bubbling up to the surface as well. And while it was kind of jarring to hear this from my therapist, once I was given this diagnosis, I was actually able to treat the symptoms and I got better. Now, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution. However, it's a great starting point for people who are just totally lost and don't know what to do. And if that's you, you really should consider giving BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey online, and then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist, whether it's via messaging, phone, or video call. Also, you can switch therapists at any time for no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, betterhelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp, and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. And so as Oishi and the rest of the terrified crew on deck began exchanging wild theories about what these lights and these sounds could have been, ranging from, again, the volcano, or maybe an atomic bomb, or some said maybe an asteroid hit the Earth, and as they're doing that, the ship captain called out again, "Hey, finish pulling in the lines. We need to get out of here right now. We don't know what that was. We don't know what's coming next. We gotta go." Now, for reference, pulling in these lines was not as simple as it sounded. It was kind of a long and complicated process, and so Oishi and the rest of the crew, they began doing their best to pull these lines in as quickly as they could, but when the sun finally rose in the east, the crew on board the Lucky Dragon number 5, as they looked out towards the west, towards the Marshall Islands, they began to notice these weird gray clouds forming over these islands. And as the crew began to talk about these strange looking clouds, they noticed that despite the wind blowing from east to west, these clouds, these weird clouds over the islands, were actually making their way towards them. Basically, they were moving against the wind, which made no sense. And so as these clouds got closer and closer, the ship captain was screaming at Oishi and the others to hurry up, get these lines in, we gotta go, we don't want to wait for this cloud. But it just was taking so long to pull in these lines, and before long, these weird gray clouds had moved directly over them and blocked out the sun. It was like it was nighttime all over again. And as soon as these clouds were right above them, Oishi and the others, they just stopped and looked up, and suddenly it started to rain. Except not normal rain. It was like this weird milky substance, like gray milky color, and it was also hot. And so Oishi put his hands out and he cupped all this weird liquid in his hands, and nobody knew what it was. And then before long, the rain turned into sleet, still kind of gray and milky, and then the sleet turned into what looked like snow. And so Oishi and the others, they had their hands out still, and they were catching these weird snowflakes, but they didn't melt in their hands. They just kind of pooled on their hand and just sat there. Now, Oishi and the others were definitely unsettled by this snow, and frankly by everything that had happened that morning. They really did not understand what was going on, but there was something kind of incredible about this weird substance that was coming out of the sky, to the point where many of the fishermen on board grabbed bags and saved some of this weird mushy snow stuff to bring back home, to maybe show their families and friends, or even to give to science to see if maybe they could study it and see what it was. And so after Oishi and the rest of the crew had kind of gotten over the novelty of this weird snow coming out of the sky, they just got right back to work pulling in these lines. And the whole time, remember, they're getting dumped on by this weird stuff that's not melting, and it's building up on the deck to the point where they have to stop what they're doing and shovel this stuff off the deck just to continue pulling in the lines. And for hours and hours they did that, just under this weird snowstorm. And then finally, right around noon, all the lines had been pulled in, and the ship's captain turned the wheel, and they began heading towards port. The next morning, Oishi woke up inside of his bunk on board the Lucky Dragon number 5. It would take several days to make it all the way back to port. And when Oishi woke up, he was suddenly struck with this intense nausea. And so he got up and stumbled his way into the bathroom, and just kind of out of instinct, he grabbed his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth. And as he did this, he had this weird feeling that his teeth felt like they were loose, that if he brushed too hard with his toothbrush, that he could knock his teeth clear out of his jaw. And then when Oishi spit into the sink, he saw there was all this blood. And so Oishi began to panic, and he opened up his mouth and he stared in the mirror to see if maybe he had lost some teeth, but his teeth looked okay. But again, everything felt wrong, and he felt so sick. And so Oishi, he left the bathroom and went upstairs to the top deck. And when he got up there, he saw many of the other members of the crew, and they looked terrible. Their skin was a weird gray color, and some of them had blisters all over their skin. And so to Oishi and to the other crew members, it now seemed kind of obvious that whatever was coming out of the sky, that weird milky substance and that weird snow that didn't melt, clearly it must be toxic in some way, or maybe it's led to some horrible allergic reaction. And so Oishi and the others began referring to the stuff that came out of the sky as death ash. And the fishermen who had gathered up a lot of this death ash into bags to bring back home were now too scared to even touch the bags. Like, they wanted to take the bags and dump the contents overboard, but the fear of interacting with that weird death ash was too much. And so there were these bags kind of draped all over the ship that nobody went near that contained this stuff. And over the next few days that the Lucky Dragon number 5 continued its journey towards port, Oishi and the rest of the crew members continued to get sicker and sicker. In fact, on one day, Oishi was outside unfurling one of the sails, and as he was hoisting this rope, he noticed the rope was covered in blood. And then when he looked at his hands, he realized it was because his hands were basically disintegrating as he was touching the rope, like his skin was just falling apart. And then in addition to his skin falling off, Oishi's hair began falling out in huge clumps. And he was not alone. Many of the other crew members on board the Lucky Dragon number 5 had the same things going on. It was like everybody was just totally deteriorating, and they all knew it had to be connected to whatever the heck they had heard and seen when there was that explosion and the lights and the stuff raining out of the sky. They didn't know what it was, but it could not be a coincidence. That happened, and now this was happening to them. And so finally, on March 14th, the crew of the Lucky Dragon number 5 pulled into port in Yaizu, Japan, and as they got off, they made this interesting decision to not tell anyone what happened to them. They all had this fear that, if it got out, that people knew what happened to them, that somehow they'd get in trouble. And so they all decided they would treat whatever was happening to them, but they would do it kind of secretly. And so Oishi, as soon as he left the boat, he went straight to the doctor's office, and as best as he could, he tried to kind of discreetly tell the doctor what had happened during this fishing trip. And then he showed the doctor all these lesions on his skin and the bald spots and the fact that he was so sick and that his teeth felt loose. And the doctor's like, I got no idea what's wrong with you. And so all he did was prescribe Oishi some zinc ointment to put on all of these blisters and lesions on his skin. And he told Oishi that, this should work, it should clear everything up, and you should be okay, but, come back if this ointment doesn't work. A few hours later, a woman was inside of her home in the port city of Yaizu, right near where the Lucky Dragon number 5 had docked, when she heard a knock on her front door. And so she put her broom up against the wall, she walked to the front door, she opened it up, and standing right outside was this horrible looking man who had gray skin and lesions all over him and all these bald spots, and he was smiling and his teeth were all red, like there was blood all over his teeth. And for a second she thought about slamming the door, but then she looked more closely and she realized it was her neighbor, Oishi. As soon as she realized this, she said, Oishi, what happened to you? And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders like he didn't have a way to explain all of this. And then he held out a small gray package and he just said, here's some extra fish that we caught on the last fishing trip I was on. I just wanted to give it to you. And the woman, who was still totally caught off guard by how terrible Oishi looked, she just turned and pointed at her kitchen table, telling Oishi to put the fish on the table. And so Oishi came inside and limped his way into the kitchen and put the package down. And then when he turned to leave, the woman stopped him and she said, Oishi, tell me what's going on here. You look horrible. You have all these bloody bandages on you. Was there a fire on the boat? Was there some sort of accident? Tell me. And so Oishi, he looked down for a second and then he looked back at her and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Because again, remember, Oishi and the rest of the crew had decided they were not going to share details of what happened. And so this woman, who really liked Oishi and wanted to make sure he was okay, she just said, okay, you don't got to tell me about it, but here, have a seat, we'll catch up about other things. And so Oishi, he nodded and took a seat inside the living room. And as he sat there, the woman went into the kitchen and she got a cup of water. She brought it back and she handed it to him. And Oishi, he took the cup with a trembling hand and he sat there drinking his water, just looking so terrible. And the woman, she really didn't know what to say. She did not understand at all what was happening, but she could tell, Oishi does not want to talk about it. And so to kind of break up the silence, she just began talking about stuff she had heard on the news. And the big news story that everybody was talking about was the science experiment that was done out near the Marshall Islands. And when this woman talked about a science experiment and the Marshall Islands, Oishi dropped his glass and it shattered on the ground, and he just stared at this woman with a look of absolute terror on his face. And at this point, Oishi decided he was not going to keep his story secret anymore, and so he told his neighbor what had happened out on the water, the explosions, the lights, the rain, the snow, all of it. And after he did, the woman became terrified and said, "Get out of my house, go, go, go." And so Oishi, he got up and he kind of ran out of the house, not really sure what was going on. And then the woman, after Oishi was gone, she turned and she realized the package of fish that Oishi had left was sitting inside of her kitchen. And so she screamed and she too ran out the door. Over the next few days, more and more of the fishermen from the Lucky Dragon number 5 began to talk about what had happened out on the water. And as those stories began to circulate, they began to make the news all over the world. And as this happened, fish markets all over Japan had to shut down and destroy thousands and thousands of pounds of fish in fear that it might have come from the Lucky Dragon number 5. And the reason why everybody was so scared of coming in contact with anything that had been on board the Lucky Dragon, whether it was the fish or the people, is because on March 1st, 1954, when Oishi was suddenly woken up by the bright light outside coming from the west, and then there was that loud explosion, and then the cloud and the rain and the snow, all of that was not a volcano. It was not an atomic bomb. It was not a meteorite. It was not a fire. It was that science experiment that was talked about on the news. The US military was testing a brand new weapon that is quite possibly the most lethal weapon ever made. It's called a hydrogen bomb, and for reference, hydrogen bombs are 1,000 times more powerful than atomic bombs. Now, they detonated this hydrogen bomb far away from all of civilization. However, the Lucky Dragon number 5 was just close enough to this explosion that the crew on board the ship became the first humans in history to experience something called fallout, which is when deadly radioactive particles from this explosion get thrown up into the sky from the blast, and then they rain down on you like snow. That weird material they were feeling that they called death ash, that's the fallout. It's all radioactive. And in fact, the actual material itself that was raining down on them was coral reefs. They had basically been liquefied from this hydrogen blast. They got shot up into the sky, and then that's what fell down on them. That's why it wasn't melting. It was coral reefs. And so the reason Oishi and the rest of the crew got so sick and their skin began falling off and their hair began falling off was because of their contact with this fallout, this death ash. And so once they began sharing their story of what happened out there and it began making the news, the crew of the Lucky Dragon was rounded up and sent to a special medical facility where they were quarantined, and unbelievably, only one of them died. He was the oldest crew member who had brought up that maybe the lights they had just seen was an atomic bomb. But even though the rest of the crew survived, they would spend the rest of their lives battling strange diseases and cancers, and many of them would become sterilized, and those that weren't, their children often had birth defects. As for Oishi, he gave up being a fisherman and instead became a dry cleaner, but he wound up spending the bulk of the rest of his life being an anti-bomb advocate and author until his death in 2021, when he would pass away at the age of 87. In the winter of 2001, inside of a Southern California police department, a fax machine in the corner of the room suddenly came to life. A moment later, a few pieces of paper fell out of the machine onto a tray, and a police officer walked over and began reading them. And as he did, his eyes went wide, because the fax was a goldmine of evidence for an ongoing murder investigation that had begun to stall, so this was a major breakthrough. But as other officers rushed over to see the fax for themselves, they all started to feel like something was off about this fax. It just seemed too good to be true. But regardless, the police followed up on the contents of this fax, and sure enough, it did lead them to their killer. However, the killer was not who anyone thought it would be. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have hundreds more stories just like this one, but many of them are only on the podcast.
Okay, so yeah. That was a scene. Yeah, you can subscribe to him on YouTube. He's pretty cool. Although I'm curious about his podcast on Amazon. Well, I'm in Norway. That was funny. Mr. Ballin. Here's something absolutely funny. Like, Sweden is here, but Norway is not in here. I'm like, kidding, right? Norway is not in here. I'm like, hello? Okay. Amazon. If I could spell worth a damn. Some music. Really? Okay, you know what? No, I'm done. Really? Oh my god. Why? Have to be. Oh well. Mr. Ballin, this is his channel name. Quite literally. Right there. Hmm. Alright.
Today's story is about a disturbing discovery made in Brazil in the 1980s. Now, at the time, the Brazilian government attempted to hide this story, saying it was just too sensitive for the public to know about it. But eventually, photos of this discovery were leaked, and it sent Brazil into a panic. Now, I'm not going to show you any of the actual leaked photographs because they're just too graphic, but I will be describing them in some detail towards the end of this video, so viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer the like button a can of soda, but be sure you secretly, violently shake it before you hand it over. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the afternoon of September 29th, 1988, a 10-year-old boy named Francisco was walking along the perimeter of a man-made lake in southern Brazil while poking the ground with his stick. Francisco was doing one of his favorite after-school activities, which was looking for bugs. And this lake, which was a part of the Billings Reservoir in the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo, was his favorite place to do that. And the reservoir was gigantic, but it was not shaped like a typical circular lake. Instead, it was more like a big river that kind of wound around and had all these skinny branches kind of jutting off the sides of it. And on this particular day, Francisco was walking along one of those skinny offshoots of this lake, where at certain points, if Francisco wanted to, he could literally swim to the other side of the lake in a matter of minutes. Now, Francisco knew he was not really supposed to be anywhere near this reservoir, because in recent years, gangs from the nearby cities would bring their murder victims out to this reservoir and bury them here. And so locals knew it was not a safe place and to stay clear. But Francisco, he didn't listen to any of that because he loved walking around this lake and looking for bugs. And so he thought, you know what? No one's harmed me yet, so what's the big deal? And so, as Francisco casually walked along, poking at the mud, looking for his bugs, he finally saw one. It was a huge water scorpion, almost 2 inches long, and so immediately Francisco, without taking his eyes off the bug, drops his backpack, grabs a clear container that he kept in the side pocket, he opened it up, he bent down, and he scooped up this water scorpion and capped it, and then he brought the container up and looked inside to kind of admire his new pet. And as he was staring at this container, he noticed something odd on the other side of the lake. He basically saw it through the plastic container, and so he lowered the container to get a better look at this strange thing on the other side of the water, and what he saw was this big group of vultures, all kind of standing in a circle right on the water's edge. And immediately, Francisco was way more interested in these vultures than in his bug, because vultures meant there had to be a dead thing nearby, because vultures are scavengers. And so whatever they were circled around was probably a dead animal. But Francisco, he looked around and realized there was no way to get to the other side of the water to see whatever this dead thing was unless he swam. And he knew if he went back home with soaking wet clothes, his mom would know he had snuck to the reservoir and he'd be in lots of trouble. And so, feeling really frustrated, Francisco just picked up a rock and chucked it to the other side, trying to splash the water near the vultures to get them to fly away so he could see the dead thing. But the first rock he threw did not really have an effect. The vultures just kind of turned around and looked at him and then went back to whatever was on the ground. And so Francisco gathered a big pile of like 25 rocks and began throwing them one after the other at these vultures. And finally, Francisco had caused enough chaos on the other side of the water that the vultures got upset and they took to the air and they flew away. And finally, Francisco got a clear view of the dead thing that was in the middle of the circle of vultures. Now, initially, Francisco thought this dead thing was going to be maybe a bird or some other small animal from the area, but when he got a good look at this dead thing from 30 feet away, it didn't look like either of those things. It didn't have fur, it didn't have feathers, it actually looked kind of pale, almost like a pig. But Francisco's thinking to himself, why would a pig be all the way out here? And then it slowly dawned on Francisco that what he was looking at was actually a dead person. Suddenly terrified, Francisco scooped up his things, turned around, and ran to the nearest village where he began screaming for help. Within a few hours, the area along the water where the vultures had been and where this body was swarming with police and also with curious villagers. Normally, when a body was discovered in or near this reservoir, which unfortunately happened quite a bit because of all the recent gang violence, police would often break ranks from the investigation and walk over to the local onlookers and kind of fill them in and tell them, who this person was and what they think happened. But this time, it was totally different. The police were totally secretive, and it was really obvious. The police immediately roped off the entire area with crime scene tape, and then the police officers stood in a circle, shoulder to shoulder, blocking the view of the villagers so they couldn't see the body. And then when villagers actually walked up to police and said, hey, can you tell us what's going on? The police would say they couldn't talk about it, and then they would tell the villagers to back up and stay away. Locals would stick around for a while, being treated this way the entire time by police, and then finally when the sun started to go down and it was clear the police were very committed to hiding what was going on, whoever was still there finally just left, figuring when they got home they could just turn on the news and see what had happened with this dead person. But when they got home and turned on their TV, there was not one news story about this body. And at a minimum, this story should have dominated local news, but it somehow was not being talked about. And then even stranger was the next morning when locals got up, they headed back to the reservoir to see what the police were up to. And when they got there, they found the police were gone, the body was gone, and there was absolutely no trace that anyone or anything had ever been there. It was like it had been totally sanitized. For days, locals in this area continued to check the TV news, they checked the radio, the newspapers for some story, some bit of information about this dead body that was found. But again, there was just absolutely nothing, and it just made no sense. Why wasn't anyone talking about this? And so eventually, in the absence of any official information about what happened, a rumor began to circulate among locals that the body belonged to a local fisherman who had gone missing 3 days before Francisco discovered him. And this fisherman, apparently he was an alcoholic, and he had gone to the reservoir and he had begun drinking, and apparently he drank so much that it killed him. Now, many people wondered, if this drunk fisherman story was the real story, then why were the police so secretive about the body, and why weren't they willing to give up any information to the crowd about what had happened to this guy? I mean, a drunk fisherman is not a super sensitive thing. It just seemed like that doesn't line up with the police's behavior. But questions like these remained unanswered, and after several weeks of still no new information, no news coverage anywhere, even the most skeptical of villagers who really thought there's something weird going on here, they just kind of forgot about it and moved on. Until 6 years later, in 1994, when someone, we don't know who, from the Brazilian government decided they just couldn't keep the secret any longer. And so they gathered up some photos and an autopsy report they were not supposed to have, and they smuggled those things to the media. And once the media published these things, it became immediately clear that the dead man who was found in the reservoir in 1988 was not a drunk fisherman who drank himself to death, nor was he the victim of gang violence. Instead, it appeared that this person's death could potentially be paranormal. If you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you gotta listen to the brand new Ballin Studios podcast called Bedtime Stories. For the uninitiated, Bedtime Stories has been a long-standing, incredible YouTube channel that puts out just some of the best dark, scary storytelling on the internet, and now they're making this brand new podcast in collaboration with our studio. So if you want some more incredible storytelling to add to your weekly roster of content, go to any podcast platform anywhere and search for Ballin Studios and click on Bedtime Stories. They put out new episodes every single Wednesday. Here's a clip from this week's episode called Without a Trace.
The northwestern state of Alaska remains one of America's most unsettled and unexplored regions. It is a place of wonder and mystery, but also of great danger, with roughly 2,500 people going missing there every year. And one settlement, situated far to the west of the state, remains the setting for some of the most bizarre of these disappearances.
But before we dive into the significance of those leaked photos and the leaked autopsy report, you need to understand a weird aspect of Brazil's history. Brazil has an absolutely astounding number of sightings of unidentified flying objects, or UFOs for short. And these are not your typical UFO stories where some person claims they saw aliens or they were abducted by aliens, but they have no witnesses, they have no proof, they have nothing but their own story. No, in Brazil, the bulk of their UFO sightings are reported by their military. because Brazil actually has a government program to monitor UFO sightings because it happens so much in their country. In fact, the Brazilian government was directly involved in one of the most famous UFO sightings of all time. It was called the Night of the UFOs. This famous sighting, or sightings, because it actually happened in 4 different Brazilian states simultaneously, happened on May 19th, 1986, which was 2 years before Francisco spotted the dead body in the reservoir. On that 1986 day, at around 8:15 p.m., an air traffic controller at an international airport in Sao Paulo noticed 3 red lights hovering over the airport, and so the controller called it in and asked, what are these things? But nobody knew. And at the exact same time, all across Brazil, dozens and dozens of other people who have no idea what's happening at this international airport began reporting that they too were seeing strange lights in the sky. And many of these reports of these lights were coming from military personnel and government officials. And so this was like a really big deal that like all across Brazil, everybody's seeing lights in the sky. And so the government, in response to this, scrambled their fighter jets and sent the jets up to try to intercept one of these sets of lights, just to see who or what they were and potentially shoot them down if they had to. But when these jets got anywhere close to these unidentified flying objects, these lights in the sky, these UFOs would move away like instantly. One UFO was observed suddenly disappearing and then reappearing 20 miles away in just 5 seconds, which meant that UFO had to travel at least 5 times the speed of sound to cover that distance in such a short amount of time. For reference, humans are not capable of going that fast. We cannot do that. Eventually, the night of the UFOs ended when all these UFOs, these lights in the sky, just kind of suddenly vanished. And then a couple of days later, the Brazilian government held this big press conference about the event, and they would say, we have no idea what those lights were or where they came from. We have no clue. However, whoever or whatever was controlling these UFOs showed obvious signs of intelligence. Now, as mind-blowing as that would be to hear that potentially intelligent creatures are flying around your airspace, remember, this is Brazil, where UFO sightings were kind of the norm, and so people were definitely shocked by this. This was a terrifying thing, but they just kind of accepted what they were told and assumed, the government will handle this, and people moved on with their lives. That is, until several years later in 1994, when those photos and the autopsy report of the dead person in the reservoir were leaked, and then suddenly the people of Brazil, they're seeing this stuff and they're realizing, wait a minute, the night of the UFOs may not have been an isolated instance. Those UFOs may never have left. Here is what the public learned from the leaked photos and the leaked autopsy report. Back in 1988, when little Francisco spotted the dead body from the other side of the water, he correctly identified that it was a man's body. But Francisco had been wrong when he told authorities that it didn't look like this guy had any visible injuries on him. And the guy was naked, and so Francisco felt pretty confident that he would have seen something if the guy was wounded. But when the police arrived and they saw the body up close, they immediately saw he had several very serious and very strange physical injuries. He had these 4 perfectly circular 1 to 1.5 inch diameter holes drilled into his body. There were 2 right above his chest, basically sitting above his armpit. There was one that was right over his belly button, so his belly button was gone. It was just a hole where it had been. And there was also one in his crotch. And these holes were not crudely done. These were done with surgical precision, almost like whoever had done it was using high-end medical tools to make these cuts. Now, at first glance, the authorities had no idea why these holes were on this guy's body. But when the autopsy was done, they discovered this man was missing the majority of his internal organs, and after doing some investigating, they discovered that all of his organs had literally been vacuumed out of him through these holes on his body. Those holes were basically just ports to pull things out of him. Also, most of the man's blood had been suctioned out of those holes as well. But that wasn't all. The man also had one of his ears removed, one of his eyes was removed, and the lower part of his face was also removed. And again, all of these cuts looked like they had been made with absolute surgical precision. But perhaps the most brutal aspect of all the things that came to light when these documents were leaked was something that, unless you looked really closely at the autopsy report, you wouldn't necessarily notice. And it had to do with this man's vagus nerve. Your vagus nerve is something that controls part of your nervous system that's responsible for automatic functions like heart rate and digestion. And so when your body is suddenly in great distress, like suddenly you're fighting for your life or something, your vagus nerve can basically shut off those automatic functions like digestion in order to ensure all your energy is going towards fighting for your life. But in this dead man's case, his autopsy revealed that his vagus nerve had gone absolutely wild right at the moment of his death. It's complicated, but this suggests that this man was very likely alive when his face was being surgically cut off, and those holes were being drilled into his body, and his organs were being vacuumed out. And then at some point, the excruciating pain that came from these horrible things happening to him got so bad, his vagus nerve basically turned off his heart. So it was not these horrible physical injuries that killed him. He literally died from the pain of these physical injuries. In short, his body basically killed itself to avoid feeling the pain it was feeling. So I'm sure you're wondering, how does the dead man in the reservoir and these leaked photos and the autopsy report, how does all of that connect with the night of the UFOs, which happened 2 years before the man in the reservoir was even found? Well, following the night of the UFOs in 1986, farmers in Brazil who lived in the areas where these famous sightings took place began reporting that their cattle were dying kind of inexplicably. And this began happening with enough frequency in all of these areas where the UFO sightings had taken place that a theory began to develop in Brazil that maybe the UFOs that were here during the night of the UFOs have something to do with all these cows turning up dead. And as that theory began to take hold all across Brazil, that, UFOs are killing our cattle, another theory began to come out of that one, which was, well, if the UFOs are coming in here and killing cattle, what's stopping them from killing people? And then in 1988, so 2 years after the night of the UFOs, and right in the middle of all these farmers all across Brazil saying their cows were dying for no reason, the dead man in the reservoir was discovered. And as soon as the government saw the physical condition this guy was in, with the weird holes drilled in his body and his organs missing and his face pulled off, that, plus the fact that he was located in this reservoir, which by the way was in a night of the UFO sighting area, the government decided they would have to hide the story. A critical detail that I have left out intentionally until right now is that the cattle who were turning up dead, they were turning up dead with circular holes drilled into their bodies, with organs missing and parts of their faces removed. Meaning, clearly, whatever was happening to these cattle inside of these sighting areas had happened to this man in the reservoir. And if that got out to the public, then it would confirm for many people in Brazil that, yep, the UFOs, they're the ones going after the cattle, and now they're going after us too. And so this was why the police were so secretive about the body and not letting anybody see it or learn anything about it. And it was also why no news was run anywhere in Brazil about the story. It's because the government was really trying to make sure it did not get out. And the government was able to keep it quiet until 1994, when those photos and the autopsy report were leaked. But like all things having to do with UFOs or aliens or paranormal stuff, it's like despite the evidence, those things very quickly are pushed into the kind of conspiracy theory bucket and they stay there. People do not want to touch that category. So even though Brazil remains an absolute hotbed for UFO sightings, Wikipedia even has a page dedicated just to tracking Brazilian UFO sightings, despite all that, no one really cares. But if you care, there is an unbelievable amount of information online about what's going on in Brazil, and if nothing else, it is just a fascinating rabbit hole to fall into. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more stories just like this one, many of which are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. Today I'm going to share with you a good old-fashioned cabin in the woods scary story. It happened in 1991 in West Virginia, and boy is it a good one. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. If that's of interest to you, then please take all of the like button's white clothes and wash them with a brand new red shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In 1991, Brian Kendall and his young family were tired of living the busy city life. He worked in Baltimore, Maryland. He was a carpenter by trade, but he and his wife, Belinda, had grown up in the country in West Virginia, and they decided to move back there, even though that would mean a multi-hour-long commute for Brian to get back to Baltimore to do work, because he still worked in Baltimore. So Brian and Belinda start looking for places to live in West Virginia, and they find this nice home in Slanesville, West Virginia, which is a population of 182 people last time I checked. The house itself had more of a cabin feel to it. I mean, it was way out in the middle of this forest, no neighbors anywhere. It was a ranch style, so single floor, and basically everywhere you looked was just pure forest. So this cabin is super isolated, but Brian and Belinda had come from a neighborhood that wasn't very safe, and they didn't like sending their kids outside without supervision. Now, living in the middle of nowhere, they could at least let their kids go outside and not really worry about them. So even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was at least safe. And Brian went out and got a beautiful, friendly black lab dog to come and protect the property, and her name was Coco. They loved Coco. She was very protective of the kids right away, and she blended in with the family immediately. And very quickly, the family really took to living in Slanesville. They loved their new home and their new life. Everything was just going so well at first. Shortly after they had moved into the house and finally unpacked, Belinda invited her brother as well as her brother's wife and daughter named Jordan to come over and check out the house. And so they come over. Belinda had gotten a cake and some balloons, and she planned on throwing a little mini surprise party for Jordan, who was about the same age as her kids and had recently had a birthday, and so they figured they would surprise her, give her some cake, and have a little impromptu birthday party. After cake, the kids went into the living room and were playing in there together. The living room was right next to the kitchen, and so the adults were in the kitchen having coffee and chatting, and as they're chatting, they all noticed something very strange going on in the living room with the kids. The kids had taken all of the balloons and brought them into the living room, and they had all floated up to the ceiling, and there was pretty high ceilings inside of this living room. And as the adults are looking in the direction of the kids and these balloons, they notice one of the balloons comes down from the ceiling, but the string is tight, as if someone's holding the balloon and pulling it down, but no one was pulling on the balloon. The adults stopped talking, and they've all noticed this, and they're all looking at it, because it looked very unnatural. The balloon stops right in the middle of the room, and it's a ways away from the kids, and the kids haven't noticed it. And the parents are just quietly watching this balloon, and no one knows what to make of it. No one's even commenting that this is happening. They're all just quiet and watching. And the balloon starts moving across the room over to where Jordan was. Jordan notices the balloon for the first time. She turns and goes, "Thank you," as if she's talking to someone, but no one's there. She reaches out to take the balloon, and as she goes to grab it, it drifts right back up to the ceiling, as if someone had been holding it and let go of it. And Jordan kind of grabbed for it, watched it go to the ceiling, and then Jordan just turned around and kept on playing. That startled everybody. They could make sense of a balloon coming down and then moving. The helium could be leaking, there could be a draft in the room, but for it to go right back up and look like someone had released it, they couldn't explain that. And so the parents go right in the living room. They're looking at each other. The parents are, and they're like, "Did you see that? What was that about?" And they grab that balloon down from the ceiling, and they're trying to replicate what they saw. And they're kind of looking at each other like, "Are we going crazy?" And they go over to Jordan and they say, "Hey, who were you talking to a minute ago?" And she couldn't really articulate anything. And they said, "When the balloon was right here in front of you, who are you talking to?" And she stops and kind of thinks about it for a second. She's a young kid, she's like 2 or 3 years old. She thinks about it and she points in the direction where no one's standing and goes, "Him." The parents look in the direction of where she's pointing. They look at each other and then they start laughing because they're like, "Okay, we're scaring ourselves. Obviously, the helium must have come out and maybe there's a draft and she's 3. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's probably got an imaginary friend. We're just scaring each other. Let's just drop it. Let's forget the balloon." And so they do. They forget the balloon and they don't think about it again. But after Jordan and her parents leave, Belinda and Brian would say to each other, like, that was pretty weird. A couple of days later, Brian asked his daughter, Blair, who was about 5 or 6 years old, if she wanted to come with him and go explore the back forest behind their property, because Brian had been working so much, he hadn't really had a chance to go explore, and he figured now's a good chance to go. Blair's super excited. The two of them go out into the backyard and they start walking around. And after walking a bit of a ways, they stop because they see something in the middle of the forest that shouldn't have been there. They see this van, like a vehicle, that looked like it had been set on fire at one point. It's totally charred. It's basically just the frame, and it's parked in the middle of the forest. And there are no roads anywhere. And they go in the back of the vehicle and look inside, and there are all these burnt stuffed animals and kids' toys that are in the back of this van. And there is what looks to be the spring of a mattress that must have been caught up in this fire that burned the vehicle. And Brian just had this sinking feeling that something was wrong with this scene. And he said, hey, you know what, Blair, we gotta go. Let's not look at this. We don't know what this is. Let's just go. When they get back to the house, Brian would tell Belinda what he found. How would that van have gotten there? And why was it there? It just didn't make any sense to either of them. Over the first couple of months that they were living in Slanesville, Brian was trying to commute daily to his work in Maryland, but it was taking up hours and hours of his day. He was getting no sleep, and it just didn't make sense. And so even though they only had one car, he started commuting on Monday morning to work and then staying with his mom, who lived in Maryland, and then coming back to Slanesville on Friday night, which would mean that every week, Monday to Friday, Belinda and the kids would be alone in their cabin in the woods in Slanesville with no vehicle. But Belinda had grown up in a very isolated house in the middle of a forest in West Virginia, so she wasn't a stranger to this type of setup, and so really didn't have any issues with this lifestyle that they had in Slanesville. Blair had been asking ever since they moved in if she could go camping one night out in their RV. They had a little RV camper that was parked right outside their property, and she wanted to spend a night out there by herself. And so one week when Brian was away for work, Belinda finally caved and said, okay, Blair, you can stay in the camper tonight. She wasn't thrilled about this idea, but she felt like the kids had a little bit of cabin fever going on because they were so cooped up in this house, and she figured this is an easy way to make Blair feel a little bit happier living here. So she told Blair, once you go in there, I want you to lock the door and not open it again. And Coco, their dog, is going to stay with you. Blair was just fine with this setup. And so that night she went out to the camper. She had Coco with her. She had all her warm clothes on. She brought a lantern with her and some books she was going to read. She goes out and her mom tucks her into her bed inside of the RV and gives her a kiss, and then she leaves. In the camper, there was a pull-out bed that she was on that took up the majority of the floor space in the camper. On her right, as she was laying down, was a big window with a blackout curtain that slid across the whole thing, and she kept that curtain shut. At the foot of her bed to the right was the door that led into the camper, and there was a window on that as well, but there was no blind to block it. And so at some point, Blair is tired, she turns off her lantern, and she gets under her covers with Coco right next to her, and she goes to sleep. At some point in the night, Blair wakes up suddenly because Coco is acting really strange. She's very uneasy, and she's looking towards the door that leads into the camper, and she's acting like she just saw something. So Blair sits up, she's trying to calm down Coco, and she looks at the window on the door, and she can look outside. There's a little bit of moonlight outside, so she's got a little bit of illumination, and as she's looking, she sees what looks like a figure walk past the door. She can't tell if it's a person or if it's an animal or what it is, but she definitely saw something walk past the door. And Coco clearly saw it too, because Coco begins growling, and instead of just looking at the door where this figure was, Coco basically follows the figure and is now looking at the window right next to Blair. Blair thinks it's her mom, and so she tries to calm down Coco. She turns on her lantern and she goes to the front door and she peeks her head out. She doesn't see anything. She unlocks it and opens it and pokes her head out. She doesn't see her, and she goes, "Mom?" And there's no one out there. She looks up at the house, which is right next to her, and all the lights are off. There's no sign that her mom left the house. Suddenly feeling really startled, she shuts the door, locks it, and goes back in her bed. Now, the whole time that Blair had turned that lantern on and gone down to the door and yelled for her mom, Coco was still on the bed looking at the window where the blackout curtains were covering up whatever was on the other side. Now, when Blair's going back to the bed, Coco is showing her teeth. She's baring her teeth and she's growling at the window. Blair's totally spooked. She jumps into her bed, throws the covers over her head, and she's sitting there hoping that Coco will just stop and that this will all end and she can go to sleep, but Coco doesn't stop. And she's like reaching out and trying to pull Coco to get under the covers with her, but Coco won't stop. Blair decides she has to take a look out that window, and she thinks maybe it is my mom. Maybe I just missed her before and she's trying to come in. Maybe she was knocking and I didn't hear her. And so she takes her covers off her head, gets right up next to the side of the wall. She's underneath the window, which is right next to her. And she starts pulling aside that curtain. And as soon as she's got a view out the window, she sees a dark figure that looks like a man or something standing right outside the glass, looking down into her camper. She's so scared. She drops the curtain and then just gets under her covers. Coco goes right on top of Blair and is standing over Blair, basically protecting her. And at some point, Blair does manage to fall asleep. Meanwhile, on the same night, there was some other drama happening up at the main house. Belinda had put Blair's younger brother, Sean, to bed almost immediately after she tucked in Blair inside of the camper. Sean was 3 years old and he was a great sleeper. She could put him in his bed, say goodnight to him, and she wouldn't see him until the next morning. But that night, Belinda was laying in bed, and Sean multiple times would get out of his bed and come into her bedroom and say he was scared and didn't want to be in his room. Belinda would get up, she'd go back, she'd tuck him back in and say, you got nothing to worry about, it's just a new house, you're fine, you're safe. But on the third or fourth time that this happened, because it was so out of character, she asked Sean, what's going on? What are you so scared of? And he says, there's a monster in my window. Belinda assumes what he means is maybe a deer was outside or some other animal might have walked by the window, because in virtue of being a single-story house, all of the bedroom windows are at ground level. And so she goes to the window and she looks out, and it's just forest, deep, dark forest, everywhere you look. And so she's thinking, okay, maybe a deer walked by the window or a moose or something like that, and that's what he saw. And so she was able to explain to him that, it's just a new house, there's probably some deer that are coming by the window, you got nothing to worry about. And so she was able to finally calm him down and he would go to sleep. The next morning, Blair is relieved to wake up and have sunlight be coming through that little open window on the front door. She and Coco go into the main house. She sits down for breakfast with her mom and with her brother, and Belinda asks her how was camping. And Blair, who was normally a very chatty child, was very quiet about it. And her mom said, well, did you have a good time? Like, you gonna tell me anything about it? And Blair just said, I don't think I want to go camping again. And she didn't elaborate. She just didn't want to talk about it. And so Belinda didn't ask any more questions, and that was that. That day goes by without incident. And then that night, Belinda gets Sean and Blair to bed in their normal rooms. They're asleep. Belinda goes to her bed and she falls asleep. And she starts to have this very strange dream. In her dream, she wakes up and looks at the foot of her bed and she sees a boy she doesn't recognize. And he's signaling her to come with him. And so in her dream, she gets up out of her bed and she follows him out of her room and she goes out to the front yard, and it's daylight outside. And on her front yard are all these clotheslines strung all over the front yard. And there are these white sheets that are hanging from each of these clotheslines, all in different random directions. And she's trying to find this boy, and she can't find him because all the sheets keep getting in her way. She finally stops because she feels something on her toe. And she looks down, she's barefoot, and on her right big toe is a clothespin that had been pinched onto her toe. And so she reaches down and pulls it off, and that's when she wakes up. And now she's awake in real life. And so she sits up and she's kind of looking around, and she's in that immediate fog following a really vivid dream. And then she realizes that was just a dream, gets back in bed, and she goes to sleep. The next day she gets up, she gets out of her bed, and she begins pulling her blankets up to make her bed. As she's walking around the foot of the bed, she stops because she sees something on the ground. A clothespin. They don't own any clothespins. And so she's sitting there looking at it thinking, how could that have gotten there? What was that dream about? Was I awake? Was I doing something in my sleep? Was I sleepwalking? She can't make sense of it, but it totally freaked her out. That day, Belinda told her sister about this dream with the clothespin and then finding it at the foot of the bed. And her sister's like, look, you probably just need a break. You're alone with the kids all the time. You're isolated. Let me come over. I'll watch the kids and you can just go for a walk and do whatever. Just clear your mind. And so Belinda's sister comes over, takes the kids, and Belinda decides that what she's going to do is go explore the woods behind their house. She walks a little ways behind their property and she sees something that really stands out to her. It was a little cemetery. And it was on their property, or at least close to their property. She goes over to it and sees there are 4 small headstones. There's no writing on them, but the size of the headstone themselves, it seemed to indicate that these could have been children. And so she was very unsettled by it and decided that, you know what, I'm done with my walk and I'm just gonna go back now. A couple of days later, Blair was sleeping in her room when she woke up suddenly for no apparent reason. She sat up, she kind of looked around, and she noticed that the curtains that normally would cover up her window that overlooked her bed were open. And she felt really uneasy by this, especially after that incident in the RV. She liked having those curtains closed. So she gets up to go over and shut this curtain, and she looks out the window and she sees standing in front of the tree line is a dark silhouette of a figure. It looks like a man or some person. And she freezes and she's looking at it and she can tell that it's moving towards her. And she's looking even closer, and then she can tell it's now running at her. She shuts it, jumps into her bed, and covers herself up. As she's laying there under her covers, not knowing what to do, she hears Coco barking from her mom's room. Belinda wakes up to Coco barking and looks at what she's looking at, and it's the window. So Belinda gets up, she looks out the window, she doesn't see anything, and tells Coco to calm down. She figured, okay, maybe she saw a deer or something, and then just to be a good mom, she checks on her kids. She goes to Sean's room. Sean didn't wake up from the barking. He's asleep in his bed. But when Belinda goes into Blair's room, Blair is hiding under her covers and she's scared of something. And she asks Blair, honey, what's wrong? And Blair finally says that she saw something. She thought it was a person. She didn't know what, but it was running towards the house. And so Belinda's thinking to herself, she just saw an animal. Because that's probably what Sean saw when he thought he saw a monster outside. And I'm sure that's what Coco saw. You know, Coco's going to react to an animal. There's probably some deer that's coming right up to the window and it's scaring my kids, it's scaring my dog. And so Belinda tells Blair, you got nothing to worry about, honey, go back to sleep, everything's gonna be fine. She calms her down, she puts her to sleep, she double checks on Sean, Sean's still sleeping, and Belinda and Coco go back into Belinda's room and they get in bed and Belinda goes back to sleep. At some point in the night, Belinda's laying with her back to the door and she feels someone tapping on the back of her head. And she's assuming at this point it's gotta be Sean or even Blair who've come in there because they're scared again. And reflexively, without even opening her eyes, she says, honey, there's nothing outside, you get nothing to be scared of, go back to sleep. There's a silence and then she feels tapping on her head again. Now she opens her eyes and she rolls over to tell one of her two kids that everything's fine, but there's no one there. It startles her because not only is there no one there, but Coco is now on the bed growling in the direction of wherever this tapping was coming from. Immediately, Belinda flips on the light and she's looking around her room and there's nothing. Gets up and she goes into her kids' rooms. They are fast asleep. Just to be sure, she walks around the house, makes sure everything is locked. She gets back in her bed and she's sitting there with Coco. And she can't help it. She's scared. Between her kids seeing stuff outside, finding that cemetery, the weird clothespin thing going on, now something feeling like it was tapping her, but no one's in the room with her. She's scared. And in fact, she would say in interviews that this was the first time that she even thought about the word haunted in relationship to what was going on at their house. The next day, Belinda just wanted to get away from the house. So she calls her mom and says, hey, can we use your car for the day to go run some errands? Her mom says, absolutely. Her mom drops the car off and Belinda and the kids load up and they head into town. When they left, they put Coco in her outdoor cage, totally locked and secure. So they head out and they go to this gas station in Slanesville and Belinda gets out, she's fueling up her car and another resident of Slanesville pulls up right next to her and she's filling up her car. And the two women strike up a conversation. At some point in this discussion, the woman asks Belinda where she lives in Slanesville because she's a longtime resident and she didn't recognize Belinda. Belinda describes where she lives and the woman who's familiar with the area says, well, do you know the story of your property? And Belinda's like, no. She's like, well, years and years ago, there was a really bad fire. I think it was right near your property that a whole family died in. And Belinda says, you know what? I actually found a small cemetery a little ways back on our property. I bet that's what it is. As Belinda is driving away and she's thinking about this story she's been told, she has this sense of relief that now she has some closure on why there's that cemetery on her property. And she couldn't help but think, if her house is haunted, which she had only recently considered, maybe it's not such a bad thing to have it be this family that's doing the haunting. It didn't feel evil, it just felt kind of sad, and she was empathetic for this lost family. When they got back from running those errands, Coco was gone. They went to the fence and it hadn't been opened. There was no sign that she had been able to burrow underneath this fence. There was no way for her to get out unless you opened the gate, and it was locked and shut. And so they didn't know what to make of that, and the only thing they could come up with is someone must have taken Coco. And unfortunately, they would never see Coco again. It was a huge loss for this family. Coco was not only a dog they loved and considered part of their family, but she was also their protection, and it was a very big deal that she was gone. A couple of days go by and Brian's home from work and everyone in the house is asleep except for Belinda. Belinda was up watching TV, and at some point she turns off the TV and she also goes to bed. She starts having the same dream she had when she felt that clothespin on her toe. In her dream, she wakes up, and at the foot of her bed is this boy, the same boy that she had followed outside that she could never find in the sheets. And so she gets up and she starts following this boy. He brings her out to the front of the house, out onto the front yard. And again, the whole front yard is covered in these white sheets that are strung up along clotheslines. And as she's making her way across the front yard, pulling sheets aside, she finally reaches a clearing and she sees this boy who looks like about the same age as her son, Sean. And this boy looks terrified, and she's looking at him, and the boy is kind of looking to his left. And then from behind one of the sheets next to the boy walks this dark figure that stands right next to him and looks up at her. And it's an expressionless, dark figure. It almost looks like a man. And it starts walking up the lane of sheets towards her. She falls over backwards, and she wakes up. And when she wakes up in real life, she hears screaming coming from her own son's room. She and Brian jump up out of bed and run into Sean's room. He's laying on the ground with his arm cocked to the side. It's clearly been broken. And he's screaming and guarding his arm. And Belinda's over him saying, "What happened? What happened?" And the boy just says, "The monster came in the window." They don't know what to make of this. They're not sure if that means an intruder came in or what, but they have to get him to the hospital. They scoop him up, they grab Blair, and they get in the car and they leave. They get Sean to the hospital, and sure enough, he's got a very bad break in his arm and he needs to stay at the hospital for a couple of days. Now, this happened on a Sunday night, and so Brian had to go back to Maryland the next day for work. So their car was gone. So 3 days later, when it was time to get Sean, Belinda had to borrow her mother's car to go pick him up. So Belinda gets her mother's car, and she and Blair drive to the hospital. They pick up Sean. As they're driving back, the car breaks down, and they're on the side of the road with flashers on, and Belinda doesn't know what to do. Luckily, a good Samaritan is driving by. Another resident of Slainsville sees them pulled over. She pulls over. It's an older woman, and she says, "Hey, can I give you guys a ride?" Belinda's like, "Thank you. Yes, we need a ride." So she, Sean, and Blair load up in the car, and they start driving to their house. And so Belinda tells this woman where she lives. "Yep, you take this road, you get up to our house. It's set back in the woods there." And when she realizes where Belinda lives, she looks at Belinda and goes, "You do know the history of your house, right?" And Belinda looks at her and goes, "Yeah, the fire that killed the family, we're aware." She goes, "No, not a fire. The last occupant of your house was rumored to be hurting children on your property. And there was no proof, but some of the local men here decided they were going to take justice into their own hands, and they convinced this guy to go hunting with them. And they brought him out in the woods behind his house, and they ambushed him, and his body's never been found. It's rumored there's a van somewhere in the woods near your house where they put him inside of it, shut the doors, and lit it on fire." Belinda's in shock hearing this, because now, if her house is haunted, which she's believing it is, it's not some nice family that was sadly lost in a fire. It's this horrible man. They finally got back to the house. They said bye to the woman, and Belinda and her kids went inside. And for Belinda, it was like this horrible sense of dread being in the house. It just felt evil. And she realized that she couldn't stay there anymore. So she picks up the phone, she calls Brian, and she says, "I cannot stay here another night. I have to go." And so Brian says, okay. He drives back from Maryland. They pack some bags, they get in his car, and they all leave for Brian's mom's house. And that was it. They never stayed another night at that house. They only went back a couple times to pack up their stuff, put it in moving trucks, and they left. So I'd love to get your feedback on this story. Do you think that the house was indeed haunted? Or do you think there's some other explanation? Let me know in the comments, and I will respond to all the early commenters. So get in there and give me your theories. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please take all of the like button's white articles of clothing and wash them with a bright red brand new t-shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you have a story submission that you think could work on this channel, whether it's your personal story or just a suggestion, please go to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. I read it every single day, and if I intentionally use
Hello, Pico. Alright, that was really heavy. This was just a random story that came on. This is from 3 years ago. Ooh. Scarathon Part 5. Oh, come on. Alright. Skinwalker.
You want me to go outside and touch grass? Well, the grass is really wet outside, if not covered with snow and ice, so... No, this is, like, one of my favorite, YouTube channels to watch. He just has a lot of interesting stories. But apparently the podcast is on, Spotify. So I recommend you all check it out, and if you have recommendations on what to watch or what to do, I would love to hear it. Although I'm getting pretty tired right now, and I need to actually get going to relax. I have some stuff to do. Excuse me. Oh dear. Oh. That is not good. So we're gonna go ahead and set off. Yes. But first things first, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and copy the raid message. If you are subscribed, please do spam the raid emote to whomever we are going to raid. So who are we going to raid? I have no idea. We're gonna goddamn figure that out and see who is live. Let's see this. You know what? Let's go ahead and raid Kitty with Pancakes. He is currently playing Pow World, which I would love to play. So, maybe someday soon. So, let's go ahead and copy that raid message. And of course, spam the raid emote if you are subscribed. Now, without further ado, I will see you all on Thursday. I will be busy tomorrow, resting and whatever the heck. But of course, thank you all for joining me here today and, you know, just hang out and be patient and everything else. I need to stop yawning. Oh, yes, that is what I need to do. But do remember to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and most of all, and most importantly of all, remember you are beautiful creatures. Now, again, I will see you all on Thursday for the next stream. I will be trying to do some art if I feel like it. I do apologize, fans, if I don't. But we shall head off, and I will see you next time, beautiful creatures.